Yes. Namaskar and good afternoon. Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra, Chairperson PPVFRA Government of India. Our guests of honor, Mr. Ajit Kumar Sahu, Joint Secretary Seeds, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Dr. D.K. Yadava, PG Crop Science, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Government of India. And our special guest, Mr. Panchinathan, Progressive Farmer, Director of Global Farmers Network, Tan, Executive Director of CropLife Asia Singapore. Dr. Shiangi will join us in a few minutes. I am Surbi Jajotia, the Communications Manager at the Federation of Seed Industry of India. We welcome all the dignitaries on the dais. We also have Dr. Venkatram Vasantavada, Director FSII and member MD and CEO of Seedworks International Limited. Mr. Ajay Rana, Chairman of FSII and MD CEO of Savannah Seeds Private Limited. And our Executive Director at FSII, Mr. Raghavan Sampath Kumar. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and valued participants, on behalf of the Federation of Seed Industry of India, I welcome you all to this momentous occasion, the conference on Lab to Land, making seed business easier, faster, and smarter. Today, we gather to explore and discuss the innovations, policies, and strategies that will shape the future of India's agriculture and seed sector. Before we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us today Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra, Chairperson PPVFRA Government of India, amongst other eminent dignitaries. May I please request our Chairman, Mr. Ajay Rana, to do the honors in welcoming our Chief Guest, please. A huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. We are honored to have with us Mr. Ajit Kumar Sahu, Joint Secretary, Seeds, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. May I please request Dr. Venkatram Vasantavada to do the honors in welcoming our special guest, please. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. We are delighted to have with us Dr. D.K. Yadava, DDG Crop Science, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Government of India. May I please request our Chairman, Mr. Ajay Rana, to do the honors in welcoming Dr. Yadava, please. Thank you, sir. It's an absolute honor. We have with us Mr. Ravichandran Vanchinathan, Progressive Farmer, Director at Global Farmers Network. May I please request our ED, Mr. Raghavan Sampath Kumar, to do the honors in welcoming Mr. Ravichandran, please. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to be your host for today's FSII conference on Lab to Land, making seed business easier, faster, and smarter. As a leading association representing over 55 members in the R&D-based plant science industry, we at the Federation of Seed Industry of India are committed to producing top quality seeds that are vital to the nation's food, feed, and fiber sectors. Today, we have gathered to explore innovations and enablers that will help us steer India's agriculture into the future. Our discussions will focus on advancements in technology, the role of sustainable practices, and policy shift required to drive growth and self-reliance. with experts from various fields, including government officials, industry leaders, and agriculture of national development. Thank you once again for joining us. I look forward to an inspiring and insightful day ahead. Without further delay, I would now like to invite our Director, Dr. Venkatram Vasantavada, and also MD and CEO of Seedworks International Limited, to deliver the welcome address, please.
Raghavan on the dais. I would like to formally again welcome all of you for sparing your time and coming down here to give your valuable insights around the theme of making the seed business easier, faster, and smarter. All of us, we know the immense contributions which the private sector industry, especially the FSII-led companies, are making towards building a sustainable seed business and providing cutting-edge technologies to the farmers. As we are progressing and to continue to make India self-sufficient and embrace the new technologies, there are some enabling issues which we would request or which we would want to deliberate today to make it easier, faster, and smarter. While I would not like to deliberate more on that because this is basically the point of discussion and which Ajay would set the context for it, I would again like formally to welcome all of you for this, and then hope that this meeting will yield some outcomes on which we can actually act and make the business easier, faster, and smarter. So thank you so much again, and I would request Ajay Rana, Chairman of FSI, to come and set the context for the deliberations today.
Thank you, Dr. Venkatram, my industry colleague, and Dr. Venkatram is also the finance director for FSII. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra, our chair for the event. Ajit Kumar Sahuji, Dr. D.K. Yadav, our progressive farmer, he's come from Tamil Nadu, Mr. Vanchintan Saab, my executive director, Raghavan, all the industry colleague, the media colleague. Welcome to the, today is our 9th AGM. So FSI was founded in 2016. We are a young association, industry association. And the founding principles of FSI are, we are the companies, those who invest nearly 10-12% of our revenues on research and development. Dr. Mahapatra has been, in fact, he has graced one of our earlier AGM, also the year I took over as chairman. So he knows about FSI, but just to remind everyone, we are a smaller association. We have only 52 members, but the membership is only for the companies, those who are, R&D based and those who align with the values of intellectual property, respect for intellectual property, business ethics, good corporate citizen, and, like-minded companies working towards innovation to serve Indian farmer and Indian agriculture. We have been in recent past, in fact, Dr. Yadav in his earlier role also, and the current role with Dr. Mahapatra as chairman of PPFRA as well as earlier as a DG. And, since Mr. Sahu had joined as a joint secretary SEED, in fact, like I like to thank, the kind of collaboration we are having with the Ministry of Agriculture, with PVP, FRA authorities, as well as, ICR. It is, this is my 33rd year in industry. साल हो गए हैं, but पहले कभी कोई गवर्नमेंट में उतना रिसेप्टिविटी नहीं होता था. One thing I talked to my global colleague, my industry colleague in India also. Now we have a government and we have many officials, those who are proactive. In fact, like they come out with the agenda and the idea as an invite industry to hear how we can together work and collaborate for the progress of Indian agriculture. The FSII has been, as I said earlier, our member companies have played a significant role bringing new technologies to the country. For example, Bolgard cotton was brought in by a joint venture between Mexico and Monsanto. Monsanto is now known as Bayer Crop Sciences. Then the revolution in corn, also driven by many of our members. 2002, I was a product manager for corn, and I used to do retail age or corn productivity and work very closely with the poultry industry. Poultry was the consumer. And in those days, Sugna, Godrej, these were working on poultry. There was an NGO in Mage. Used to have several deliberations in Delhi and other about future of corn. Poultry industry people used to tell us, Rana, poultry is going to grow CAGR growth in India of 20-25%. And we would like to work, hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder with you, the seed industry, to grow corn crop in India. Now, this is a history. From 12 million tons corn, we produce more than 40 million. And what changed was the introduction of, first we used to have those three-way hybrids, two-way hybrids. 2004-05 was the first introduction of single cross hybrid. Then we saw a revolution, in fact. Now, all the hybrids from the industry, private industry, I think the productivity is in the range of 8 to 10 ton per hectare. Hybridization in corn, now nearly 80%. In fact, when Bolgard cotton was introduced, that has driven the growth of hybridization in our member companies have contributed significant vegetable production also. Many of our member companies are very active there in hybrid vegetable. The productivity gains in hybrid the disease traits the industry has worked have changed the vegetable productivity, vegetable production in many states across the country. So, sir, this has been, in fact, like I'm talking about the past, but currently, I take this opportunity, having all three of you together with us. We as a country and we as an industry are facing, new challenges. One, critical challenge we have is like from being an exporter of cotton, we have become importer of cotton. Historically also जब बोलते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान को सोने की चिड़िया कहा जाता था, तो तीन चीज़ें होती थी हिंदुस्तान में, cotton, to export cotton globally. दूसरी चीज़ थी spices. All the Westerners comes to India for spices. The third was our gems jewelry. Now, in fact, like cotton, अगर हम आयात करेंगे, we cannot be Viksit Bharat, because cotton, or cash crop for the farmers, cotton is the backbone for our textile industry. The textile industry is the biggest employer. In fact, Indian Army, railways, private sector में हम देखें तो textile industry is the biggest employer. The Prime Minister has set a vision like, that our global share in textile should be significant enough. There's opportunities like Asia is facing problem, Bangladesh in the political instability. Opportunity for India to increase the share in the global market. For that, we need to improve productivity here. And we need that innovation. We need the deregulation of HT cotton. It is overdue for a long time. We need to delink it from the mustard case. In fact, Dr. Pentel is here, but like in cotton, we already have GM trade. We are not asking for it is a industrial crop where we already have GM. Why not we regulate HT cotton now? Because what is happening, farmers are buying legal HT cotton, not 1 acre, 2 acre. This year, 1 crore packet, that is the number, 12 million packets. I think we have submitted a report. In fact, we are commissioning a detailed studies up. We will bring that from a third party source, like how this trade is happening, how it is impacting the livelihood of Indian cotton farmers and impacting the industry also. देखिए टेक्नोलॉजी हेल्पफुल है तो फार्मर उसको यूज कर रहा है. कंट्रोल इज अ बिग प्रॉब्लम. द एक्टिविस्ट दे अपोज दिस टेक्नोलॉजी, बोलते नहीं नहीं वो वीड कंट्रोल के लिए कोई केमिकल का जरूरत नहीं है. Go to villages. The biggest problem we have today, and in next 10 years, Indian agriculture, the biggest threat to our agriculture is non-availability of labor. I work very closely for the promotion of direct seeded rice. In fact, North India, the transplanting cost is around 4,000 to 5,000 rupees. South India, the transplanting cost is between 6,000 to 8,000 rupees. Because of the industrialization in South, the labor cost is very heavy. And transplanting rice in a field or uprooting weeds in the field is the most laborious task. A country who is dreaming to become developed country in 2047, I think we cannot imagine like our population, our workforce will be working in rice fields or cotton fields removing weeds. So this is where, sir, we have been coming to your offices, we have been making representation, but I think we need to create that sense of urgency. एक चीज तो होता है हमारे देश में, जब urgency होती है, we can develop COVID vaccine in 6 months and vaccinate record population. During the COVID time, I happened to travel to visit my son in California, and the Americans, everybody in the Western world were wondering, hey, India कैसे handle करेगा COVID को? And in fact, like we were just developing the vaccine, and then everybody was thinking, hey, itna logistics kaise hoga? How are you going to vaccinate 1.2 billion, 1.4 billion people? Did it. I think if we have, that sense of urgency, the political will, and the support from the executives in Delhi, it will happen. But now is the time to act. I think, sir, on cotton, we have our own Indian companies have invested very heavily on biotechnology to develop pink bollworm trait, which is a menace for cotton. That also needs, in fact, like fast track approvals, trial approvals. One of the issues we have been bringing again and again is about harmonization of regulations across the state. So we proposed 2 years ago, one nation, one license. We made progress on that. Dr. Yadav was part of that team, in fact, working on that proposal, new seed policy or new draft seed policy. But since the third term of NDA government has come into office, so there's been, in fact, not much progress happening. Mr. Ahuja, he was very much, in fact, like on board, and he was an additional secretary. Mr. Singh, he was working on this, Rakesh Ranjan. So I'd request Sahuji to bring it up to the speed, because the challenges we face in every state today, sir, not only, in fact, like hurting the seed industry, this is hurting the rest of the, our states, every state has some creative politicians or some technocrat there, and they're bringing new regulations. So we just saw, we work very closely with you. I'd like to thank both of you, Dr. Yadav and Sahuji, for your support for fighting the hybrid rice issue in Punjab. So it was really a complicated matter, and the support we got from the central government, both of them in fact developing the affidavit and the position paper from the central government side. Thank you, sir. You deserve a big round of applause from. Another important initiative where the seed industry is working very closely with the ministry on accessibility, Sathi platform. We all are firm believer that farmers should get quality seed. And if farmer doesn't get quality seed, we cannot have a good crop. We cannot have farmers' prosperity. In fact, if farmer prosper, only then the seed industry can prosper. Because we are also like, we take seed production with farmer. We buy the seed from farmer, we pack, process, we sell to farmer. So for Sathi portal and the traceability, we all believe like if executed well, it can create barrier for those fly-by-night operators. We are a very big country, very large country. Enforcement and compliances for everything is difficult, but like if you can use technology like Sathi, and also at the same time, we have been conveying some of our challenging and implementing it, or also about like some of the proprietary information, which, the industry is worried about sharing, like, where we are producing addresses of those farmers. So how do we protect our intellectual property? So we'll not take much of time, but again, thank you for joining us today here. I'll conclude my address by, in fact, saying that, hey, the effort which the government, minister, and everybody in Delhi from the government side is putting in place for productivity enhancement for farmers' income. But if we work together, seed sector, industry, and the government together, the results can be 200% what we are. I have seen that in my own career. A project in Gujarat, that time Prime Minister was the Chief Minister. For 3 states, we did a project of doubling farmers' income. And we did that. In fact, like we did that with corn only. Makka ka hi project kiya tha humne. Those farmers, they used to get only 7-8 quintals of yield. Now they produce 30 quintal per acre. But we brought in the market also. We brought the buyers also in that. So industry, we work in a holistic manner. We look at 360 degree. खाली अगर प्रोडक्टिविटी एनहांस कर दिया तो नेक्स्ट ईयर अगर फार्मर का क्रॉप नहीं बिकता है तो भी वो हमारी क्रॉप नहीं लगा. At many places we bring the buyers also, and we work on crop agronomy support, because seed वाले को सबसे पहले कॉल करता है फार्मर. अगर उसका जर्मिनेशन नहीं हुआ तो कॉल तो हमें ही आएगा, वो तो पक्का आएगा. डिजीज आ गया, इंसेक्ट आ गया, all the calls come to the. So we worked from planting till. We also do a lot of studies on like where is the market. This is how we, in fact, like sometime you see all of a sudden there is a new segment has come up. अरे यहाँ तो टमाटर लगता नहीं था, अब कैसे लगने लगा है? Someone is working behind that. So many thanks for joining us, and we look forward to continue this collaboration and a partnership with Government of India in the interest of our farmers, in the interest of the growth of Indian seed industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Dr. Chiangi Tan, Executive Director at the Crop Life Asia, Singapore. A huge round of applause for him, please. Before we move forward, may I please request our Mr. Raghavan Sampath Kumar to welcome Dr. Tan. Thank you, sir. It's an absolute pleasure to have you. Moving forward, may I please request Dr. Chiangi Tan for a special address, please.
very much. Good afternoon. Back in India. Sorry for the Good afternoon, colleagues. Again, good afternoon. It's great to be back and talking about. I really like the previous potential, and I've just made a all comparison with Pakistani farmers and Pakistani production yesterday. Significant, a lot of potential. Yes. Potential seed. So a few things I want to go through my presentation. For one, the regulatory harmonization. Regulatory harmonization not only between India itself and India within the region, multilateral trade, and therefore a significant what you call harmonization happen so that our seed from India can go to market in a much more strategic, timely, and cost efficient because the current delay across the region, and delay means cost to farmers. Our seed stay different region, as you know, seeds have a valid vitality or germination. The more we get stuck in a pipeline, it's going to be more. That is why, like the barrier, we hope that we can have effective regulatory harmonization for seed phytosanitary countries and regions. And most of the things that crop life and SDDF and few adaptation of international standards on aligned national regulation, ISP 8, digital integration for e-phytosanitary, for transparency, streamlining of trade processes. India is actively exchanging electronic phytosanitary IPP Phyto Hub. Indonesia is coming online, changing also through ASEAN single window. Philippines, Pakistan is now also connected to IPP Phyto, and China is now testing it. So if we get all these macro countries coming together, we will be, in India will be leading a lot of the multilateral streamline registration and importation procedure by harmonizing timeline and document variety registration. Again, today at a good discussion at his office, there's tremendous speed of approval that is happening here also, all-time high under Dr. Mahapatra's lead. So again, congratulations for Indian. So the next piece that I want to talk about is variety registration. It's very core. And today's discussion, I think we can move away from thinking that smallholder farmers do not invest in seeds. I'm really happy that smallholder farmers do go back and refill or repurchase new seeds at 30 to 40% level. So we have seen this across the region in smallholder farmers investing in seeds. So we cannot always say that only smallholders farm safe seeds, but really they appreciate the innovation and the genetics the breeders are putting into the hands of farmers for them to better produce better quality products. So again, having a strong IP foundation is good. Protect variety, encourage more farmer investment, quality assurance to have quality seeds, continuous improvement, market access. Again, spurious seed, we spoke about that, is also very critical. It's not only here in India. In many countries, we are looking at 30 to 40% seed, even in Africa timeline, Africa region. So having a good IP, very, very good. Then, of course, seeds development is also something that good opportunity. Different country invest in different, what do you call, crops that's important for national development. China has rice. Some will do row crops. Some will have more ornamental, etc. But nevertheless, I just want to share with you that, again, private sector, public sector needs to work hand together. says that only a comparison, for example, is Bangladesh and Pakistan has more government-led development compared to private sector, which India is far higher in terms of numbers of private sector. And again, when private-driven investment, you have better quality, speed to market, addressing the farmer needs at a much more quicker pace. So I think that balance needs to be realized, and that support by government institutions enable good functional process us to go to market. So this is again just sharing with you, different countries have different variety, R&D. So just to share, every country essentially has, India is also very leading vegetable, rice, again, these are database that is collected, so there may be discrepancy. I just want to share how dramatic importance, our FSII. So finally, harmonization is critical. We need good IP infrastructure for development, market access for India seeds able to go globally, because you have a wide climatic environment that have bred different seed environment for a global market perspective. For technology innovation, again, congratulations. That is, I didn't have time to share with you the current development of genome-edited products with not single edits, but certain ones are with 10 edits. Bring a different dynamics of plant virus disease, fungus, yield, and different rates that we talk about. But again, we need to get at an inflection point. Asia agriculture in fragmented competition, collaborative for perspective, and the data clearly shows that regional with harmonized regulation and strong IP will move us far, far better into integrated trade policy to achieve clear outcomes for farmers, industry. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your global perspective and for highlighting the opportunities that technology and partnership can unlock in Indian agriculture. I now call upon Mr. Ravi Chandran Vanchinathan, Progressive Farmer and Director at Global Farmers Network, to share his experience and address the gathering, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a third generation farmer. I'm extremely thankful to FSII for inviting me for this grand occasion. I'm very much privileged to share dice with eminent personalities. I consider it as a great honor, not only for Ravi, also for thank FSII for this great opportunity. I'm a third generation farmer. My village is situated in a place called Nalmangudi in Nandilam Taluk, part of. I have been farming for over 40 years. I had my school education at a small village. Remember, during my school days, when I was in grade, I wonder why many people, they had foregone one meal every week. Even my father, though relatively affluent, he also had foregone one meal one day, that is called it Omawar. When I, even with my classmates, now schoolmates, so I studied in attached writing on the floor. My friends, my classmates, they I go to my house to have my food, whereas my classmates, they used to rush to the ground and wait in a serpentine holding aluminium plate to have a scoop of puma made out of wheat imported from US under PL 480, Public Law 480, under resistance USA. I didn't understand then. My parents, they explained that at the time, great Lal Bahadur Shastri, he made an appeal in All India Radio that if at that time we were passing through a very great challenging period. We had extreme food shortage. So at that time, Lal Bahadur Shastri, he appealed to the people that if every Indian forego one meal a week, so we would have enough food, feed the at least one food of only food of millions of people. So that was the pathetic condition that was prevailing. At that time, it didn't last long. Fortunately, it didn't last long. Fortunately, there were no activists then. So we had eminent personalities like Bharat Ratna, T. Subramaniam as the Minister of Agriculture, M.S. Swaminathan, and thousands of leaders, scientists, and thousands of pension workers. They brought about a great change in Indian agriculture. So that was the Green Revolution. At that time, I still remember my father used. So my place is unlike North India, where farmers in Punjab, Haryana, and other places, they took up the cultivation of wheat. They got it from dwarf and rust-resistant wheat variety from Simet, Mexico. Courtesy Dr. Norman Borlaug. Every morning I saw the statue of Norman Borlaug, took a selfie in front of that great personality person who saved over 1 billion lives. That is a great occasion for me. In North India, they had this wheat, high-yielding wheat varieties. In South India, where rice is predominantly grown, my father was one of the first persons to grow this IR8 and ADT 27. One farmer named his son as IR8 because of the tremendous success. So my father's, not only my father, many of the people took up the cultivation of IR8 and other Japonica indica variety, their yield increased by 2.5 to 3 times. That is 2.5x to 3x times. So that was the wonder of, it is not a magic, it is not a miracle. The seed science that brought about the great change. It restored our self-esteem. And next came this thousands of, ever since then, we have thousands of high-yielding varieties. So again in 1992, at least in my place, so I do not know about the rest of India, in 1992, I heard about this hybrid rice. Tamil Nadu Agriculture University introduced this CoRH1, Coimbatore Rice Hybrid 1. I somehow managed to get 15 kilograms of that variety and took up its cultivation. The yield increase was about 40 to 50% more than the high-yielding varieties then. So that was the beginning of this hybrid rice, and Speak Pioneer Hybrid. So that was also available then. Maybe in other places they might have cultivated this hybrid rice much earlier. So again, that was the period of hybrid. Later, have this Tamil Nadu, we have this northeast monsoon. Unlike in rest of India, you have this southwest monsoon. In Tamil Nadu, we have northeast monsoon. So usually our crop, our summer crop, the crop that we sow in the month of July, August, that used submerged in water. At that time, I happened to learn about this submergence tolerant rice variety using this molecular marker assisted breeding technology. I chanced to meet Ziegler. He was the Director General in IRI. So I was invited to attend the Global Farmers Net table. At the time, I chanced to meet him. I asked him about this, and somehow he accepted. And I got 50 kilograms of this submergence tolerant CR1000 sub 1. I took up the cultivation. Unfortunately for rest of the farmers, fortunately for me, all the people who had grown the routine varieties, it got submerged and perished. Whereas my CR1009 submergence tolerant trait, it survived even after inundation for about 7 days. That was, by addressing the abiotic stress factor, we could save the crop. So that lesson I learned. Again, in 2017, I heard about this Bayer's Arrays Nano and 8433 DT, Bayer's Arrays 8433 DT. It has both bacterial leaf blight and brown plant hopper resistant using molecular markers technology. And many fields were affected by brown plant hopper, which is a deadly sucking insect rice. So my crop was spared. So that is another magic of this technology. And again in 2024, last year in ICAR, just about 67 or 70 very different varieties, out of which 5 or 6 varieties were basmati herbicide tolerant rice variety. I wrote in the Honorable Prime Minister's portal, I sent a mail as well as Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. So why restricted to basmati? Why not in other non-basmati varieties? Then the Vice Chancellor Tamil Nadu Agriculture, Dr. Geeta Lakshmi, she sent 800 grams of this herbicide tolerant rice. She said that with the caveat that 400 grams had the trait and another 400 grams it didn't have the trait. I sowed it meticulously. I treated it as gold and sowed it in my farm, and I sprayed this imazethaifa. So 400, she said that one of them doesn't have the trait. So that one perished. And the one with that trait, I know not even paisa it's spent on weeding, manual weeding. So that is another magic. Just now I saw in the stall on Savan industry, they have hybrid. That is also a fantastic thing. I would like to try that in my farm. See, these are all some of the technologies. So this, whatever I tried this year, last year, I managed to get 37 kilograms, which I, in a small space, that 400 grams, I sowed it, and in a small space, I got about 37 kilograms. I sowed it using the DSR method in my in about 1 hectare. So it is ready for harvest. It is open pollinated variety. Again, many farmers, they want to have that OPV so that try it in their farm. And certainly this Savan is interesting hybrid. It will try to give better yield, and we can reduce substantial amount of weed. So weed not only competes with the plant for water and sunlight and nutrition, it also acts as the host crop for different kinds of pest and disease. By managing weed, so if you ask me which one is the worst thing, whether pest or weed, I would say weed. Weed is the breeding spot for many of the pest and disease. So really thankful that someone come out with this hybrid herbicide tolerant rice variety. And again, in 2025, I read a newspaper that Indian Institute of Rice Research, they are trying with this genome edited rice variety. I wrote to Indian Institute of Rice Variety. They said that it would be by the way of, I would also try to use it in my farm. My request to the scientists and other technocrats, see, actually, we are creating we have to create an ideal road condition for our automobile to give the best yield, best mileage. So like that, the plant also needs ideal condition for it to perform. So my request is, why, let me try some Hindi, why use alag-alag traits in alag-alag varieties? So why not, I was talking to Dr. Kaundinya also this morning, why incorporate, I do not know whether it is feasible. So why can't we incorporate all these traits in a particular seed so that we get ideal condition for the plant to perform? There is a potential as well as actually. We seldom reach that potential because the yield is affected by biotic and abiotic stress factors. We address these challenges through the seed, can get this maximum yield. This is my perception, sir. And so I will finish it for 3 minutes. So without mentioning cotton, so being a cotton farmer and grown up with cotton, I've been growing with cotton. Okay, unfair. I have been growing cotton since 1986. From 1986 to 2003, I was growing only open pollinator variety like came on, then Surabhi. Then hybrid also. In 1995, RCC developed this RCH hybrid variety. I tried all of them. At one particular point of time, I decided I should give up cultivation of cotton because the bollworms devastated my crop. So many farmers like me, we were on the verge of giving up cotton cultivation. At that time, the BT cotton came into force, and it was introduced in the only 3 varieties by Mahiko was introduced in 2002. Though it was introduced in 2002, I had to drag my feet for about 2 years until 2003. I missed to 2 because I was carried away by these some false and fictitious allegations that cattle grazing in BT cotton would die, and farmers working in the BT cotton field, they would develop some cancer and some disease and so on. So I was carried away by that logic. And the BT cotton is, you grow BT cotton, next year you cannot grow any other crop. So that is what activists were spreading false narratives. So at that time, I chanced to attend a meeting in South Indian Cotton Association, Coimbatore, where I chanced to meet one Dr. T.M. Manjunath. Made a beautiful. I bombarded him with a lot of questions. Line with the inputs I had from the activists. Simply suggested tried to explain to the best of his ability, farmer like me, and nevertheless he suggested, so why not Ravi? For my sake, why don't you try in 1 acre? So what I did, as soon as I reached home, I had to change 5 different and bought 1 kilogram of, seed was grams. 1 packet of seed, BT cotton seed for 1 acre, and also bought its non-BT count. And also I have this. On the next day, still remember, I sowed it in. I meticulously registered every element of cost. I thought that I'd be getting some benefit by way of this, but to my pleasant surprise, I got much more than what I expected. I got, not only the hybrids performed much better than not BT, OPV. Nevertheless, hybrid, the not only the yield of cultivation, but it's like cost of also not the yield, but the bollworm is practically BT cotton. It ultimately translates into high yield. So that one I understood. I made a cost benefit, mental cost and cost, all such workings I have carried. So after convincing, I took up the culture. Ever since then, I have been getting 15 per year. Many farmers like me are getting that yield. But the title of the meeting is Making Seed Business Easier, Faster and Smarter, right? See, I do not know about the business, but however, we have been sitting on this BT cotton BG2 alone for the past, since 2002, it is 25 years. We are going to celebrate the gold and silver jubilee year. So 25 years, we have been dragging our feet, we have been answering fabricated lies and recycled lies, and they paraphrase whatever, those people, those activists, they know what they are saying is wrong. but it is needless to lock horns with these people or cross swords with these people, because you can awaken a person who is really really sleeping, not a person who pretends to sleep. So instead, what I suggest to the industry is, see, we the farmers, in spite of such false propaganda like cattle grazing in BT cotton field would die, so in spite of all such things, all such false narratives, we roll out the red carpet to welcome 95% in this turbulence moment. We are 95% of the cotton grown in India are BT cotton. See, farmers, we are, as long as the technology is really beneficial for the farmers, we are too willing to roll out the red carpet to welcome such technology. But the industry also, not only the seed industry, biotech industry, as well as the policymakers, DPT, they must join together and debunk all the fictitious and scary tales by these unleashed by these activists. This is my request. And these days, fortunately, during Green Revolution, we never had this kind of activism then. Otherwise, we would still be importing food from abroad. So unfortunately, now we are having those handful of people, about 100 or 200 people. They paralyze the entire agriculture. I really wonder if, see, our Prime Minister wants to have this Vikshit Bharat. India should become a, it is the ambition, it is the aspiration of even people like me. We must become economical superpower by 2047. So how can we achieve it? By leaving behind 50% of our population. So it is something like this. If my left hand is, right hand is so robust and left hand keeps shrinking, it is not a healthy thing. So service industry and manufacturing industry prosper, whereas in order to have agriculture in the forefront, it is the employment provider for 50% of the population. You must have the latest technology. So we have to compete in the international market. I have to compete with the farmers of Brazil, Argentina, US, Australia, where they adopt all, besides the economy of scale, they also adopt a lot of these technologies. We lack that. So there is no level playing field. So we must create a level playing field. Then only India can prosper. This is my humble submission. And we must use the same, weapon that, so using this social media is the vector for these activists to spread the virus. So we must use such electronic print and social media. I saw in the museum, everything can wait, not agriculture. So unfortunately, agriculture is kept in the, agricultural research and technology is kept in the cold storage. I think things will improve in the near future. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and for bringing the farmer's voice to the center of today's dialogue. And now we have the privilege to hear from our special guest, a visionary leader shaping agricultural policies in India. It is my honor to welcome Dr. D.K. Yadava, DDG Crop Science, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Government of India. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. Today's this program's chair, Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra ji, Sri Ajit Sahu, Joint Secretary SEED, all colleagues from the FSSI on the dais of the dais, respected Dr. Deepak Pental Sahab, Dr. Bansal Sahab, Dr. Prasanna, and all colleagues. I think as they are doing every year, so this time also that is a good opportunity to interact with all of you, listening to you, and then having some take-away points where myself and our Joint Secretary SEED, we can do some exercise in the times to come to resolve some of the issue as the thing has been told about making the seed business easier, faster and smarter. So, colleagues, I think the role of private sector along with public sector, that is very important. And because of the very improved system in our country, including the varietal improvement program, so we have touched the highest records of total food grain production during 24-25, and it is 353.9 million tons, which is almost, in case of we talk of food grains, it is 7 times higher than that of 1950s, where our total production was 80.52 million tons. Likewise, in oil seeds, we are more than 8 times. In case of pulses, more than 3 times. In case of sugarcane, again 8.5 times. In cotton, where the new technology which has been talked by Rana Sahab also, and our farmer colleague Ravichandran ji is always talking about the technology at a very open platform. So, because of that, the total production enhancement has been almost 14 times higher, although nowadays, because of some one or the other regions, the productivity is reducing. So, that has happened only because of the very strong public system research, complemented with the private sector research and their role in the seed system. So, if we talk today, so the seed which we generally discuss and present in our different meetings, so it is 71% is coming from private sector, 29% is coming from the public sector. So, though in private sector many of our varieties from public sector, whether through the seed indent or through commercialization, they are coming through that system also, but the private sector is playing a very important role and very significant role. As far as some of the points for ease of doing business are concerned, so I think we have been discussing very frequently with all colleagues coming from both the associations. So, one of their point has been that the ICR is taking 3 years for testing of the material. So, this point has been discussed at the ministry level since Dr. Mahapatra Sahab was our secretary there and DG ICR. And we try to simplify it, we try to make it more simpler, and in that direction some steps were taken, where I think for few days myself and South Sahab we are discussing to categorize the various countries and our various companies to have an index of grading, so that that type of facilitation for considering the data from the private sector for specific area, specific zone, which is, I think, synchronizing with the AICRP system. So, those points they can be considered, which is a long demand, and we are thinking on that. So, that point is already, I think, under consideration, and some of the meetings we have already recommended also. So, the implementation part, once the pre-exercise is done, that can be done. Breeder seed, I think you all have been enjoying since many years for the whatsoever you are indenting through the, I think most of the indents are coming from NSCI, you are also part in that. And that was being given, but during last few years when the government of India has started asking for the revenue generation by the our autonomous bodies also, and that was made mandatory. Dr. Mahapatra Sahab knows very well. And from that time we started the commercialization of the varieties. So, in that also the amount which is being, I think, charged as a licensing fee, that is very nominal, and a very good variety, potential varieties which becomes very popular, and the private sector is also playing equal role after its release as the public sector is doing. So, those varieties are going, and I think most of the companies, they are coming forward, they are paying, and the other issues of royalty and other things, they are generally, I think, discussed and unresolved, or sometimes other mechanisms are being sought out. Technology has been discussed. I think Ravichandran ji has highlighted, Rana Sahab has highlighted. So, from government side, I think we are doing every best from our side, from the council, even at the government level also. Dr. Pental Sahab is sitting, I think he knows very well, and whether he is convinced or not, but we are working proactively but because of the legal issues and other issues, the things are, I think, delayed and complicated. So that is one unfortunate part. HT Cotton, Raju Saab is sitting here. I think the RARM plan which was submitted, so there were some queries were replied, but still the committee, few members, they are still doubtful on some of the points, and I think already they might have been communicated or maybe communicated. So that point is pending because of this issue. Otherwise, from government side or from any point whatsoever people are writing, that is not our moderation. We have to work for the good of the farmers, for the good of the public. On that we are already working. The genometering already, I think many of the private companies as well as public sector has also started. IP issues are there. We are trying to resolve them for the public as well as private. So all efforts we are making from our side, from the license and the technology provider, and we hope that within next few months we will be coming out with some solution. One issue which is companies are facing while going for the testing or the event selection or even for the BRL 1 and 2 trials at the farmers field, and NOC is a big issue. Pink bollworm was a very serious problem. I think many of our colleagues, they approached those who are having the ready-made material, and the GAC facilitated the 3 meetings within 2 months, which is generally very rare, and whatsoever material was there at whatsoever stage from any company. So 5 total that BRL or the event selection permissions were granted at a very short time. So I think that is the positive point which all of you should, I think, realize what we are doing in that direction. For NOC from Dr. Mahapatra's time, we tried to have some recommendations are there that notified field trial sites. So that was one of the component with DBT and ICR. So we tried our best, but funding was one issue where we are again trying, and we hope that already we identified 44 locations across the different climatic zones, and both the Department of Agriculture, DARE, as well as the GAC, your Environment Forest Ministry. So they are, Ms. Secretaries are ready to write to the states that once this facility is established, so at least 5 years NOC should be given, so that the companies or any public or private sector scientists who are using the cutting edge technology, so they should not wander for 3-4 years for NOC, and many times even the approval is given for whether BRL or the event selection, because of the non-availability of NOC, many times the companies are facing problem. Seed system, Dr. Sahu will be discussing, I think, more, but in that I have some concerns always. One is the control of the quality of TL seed, because most of the companies, they are coming with TL seed. The 71% is coming. 15% is the total material which has been released during 10 years. 3,553 varieties and hybrids have been released, where private sector is 15%. In that, most of the material is called BT cotton, some are mustard hybrids, some are, and then in case of maize, pearl millet and rice. So this 71% share coming, neither they are indenting. Now the indents have also drastically decreased, and that is hardly 15%, 12% of the total breeders indent seed being produced, around 1 lakh quintals. So that is one question, that from where this seed is coming, who is maintaining the purity of that seed. So that point, I think when we are talking about Sati, Rana Saab has also discussed and Sahu Saab will also discuss. So in that, definitely we need to have mechanism to trace the, before coming to Sati, so how they are maintaining the seed, what is that material which they are multiplying, where they have multiplied. So some of the secrecy issues are there, so that the ministry department is already addressing that. But that game which is playing about the fly-by-night that Rana has mentioned 2-3 times. So how to check them, and how the associations, they can come forward to check this spurious seed. So that part lies with you also equally, rather than all the control by the government. So that needs to be, I think, addressed. The oilseed and pulses has been the priority of the government of India, and I think except a very few crops, like in case of mustard, few hybrids are there. And in case of sunflower, now that is also not that much number of hybrids coming from the private sector. In other crops, in spite of Government of India's, the ministry seed sections during last 8 years, we have been discussing time and again about the involvement of the private sector in these two crops, two commodities, but the response is not good. So in that direction also, for the security of pulses as well as oil seed, the huge foreign exchange we are spending on import of the oil. So if the private sector also comes hand in hand with the public sector, so definitely I think we can cover up that deficit which we are facing. So in that direction, my request will be to the association and all colleagues sitting here. And the farmer support, in fact, many times the quality of seed, the price of the seed, the mustard seed that has been sold at 1,860 was sold 1 year, and then again 1,060, 1,100 rupees per kg. So that type of business I think people are making, and they are not from any side, from outside the country. They all are our colleagues sitting here. So that price control, though the system is not there, but we people, we all should think about the poor farmer, the marginal farmer, who has to spend a huge amount for that. So on that direction also the private should, because we are talking many times the one way things we are talking, but there should be two way also. Once we have earned a load from a particular technology, so after a year or so, and the farmers, they should be given some relaxation. The cotton issue, which the productivity and all other things, so the Government of India has launched a mission on cotton productivity. That is a huge mission, including the research, including the extension, demonstration, as well as the other industrial components are there, which the Department of, we from ICR, we are coordinating that, a big project of almost 6,000 crores. So definitely some partnership that will be explored in the times to come, where the private sector can also help us in enhancing the cotton productivity. Till today, I think the whole game is with private sector. People are talking about the phasing out of the older BT hybrids which are in the seed chain. Many times I am getting number of NOCs which are coming for the 10 years old hybrids, parental lines, some other companies buying. So those practices we need to, I think, stop. And now we are around 200 hybrids which have been released and notified through the CBRC. So all of us and many of you are there contributing a huge material. So we should now pledge that the older material which was released 10 years old back, which doesn't have any potential, and because of that this productivity is hovering time and again and coming down and down. So in that direction also the associations should play a significant role. So with these words, I wish you all the very success, and we are always ready for any help which is under the regulation and guidelines of the Government of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights and vision for advancing crop science research in the country. Moving forward, it is my great pleasure to introduce our special guest, the Joint Secretary, Seeds, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, Mr. Ajit Kumar Sahu.
Good evening. Respected Mahapatra Sahab, Dr. Yadav, Mr. Ajay Rana, and all other dignitaries sitting on the dais, and all the participants, Dr. Pental and everything. So I am the only person remaining between you and the word of wisdom by Dr. Mahapatra. So I would like to be very brief. But I would like to thank FSII for organizing this conference, and it was very at the right time and moment. It has been convened, and I would look forward about the recommendation which is being released today with regard to the ease of doing business, and it was my request also from the FSSI come up with the suggestion and advices on what the problems they are looking at and what are the obstructions they are finding in improving the seed sector in the country. The basic purpose is, as Mr. Rana also told and everybody told, is to make very good quality seed available to the farmer at affordable prices. That is the main objective. And in case of any failure, that accountability is fixed, and we can pinpoint that where we have failed, what are the problems. So we have been interacting very regularly, frequently, and with the open heart. And I have been coming to association and industry very frequently with the issues which are coming. Our consensus is very clear, government is very clear that we have to improve the system and we have to consult all the stakeholders. And that is why that I keep interacting with you all and taking your suggestions for the benefit. With regard to the issues which have been raised and many of the things which must be coming in the report, I have had a glance with Mr. Sampath Kumar and Mr. Kuldeep. They had come to me and they had explained, though I didn't find much time to go into detail, and I asked for the more detail because I want to pinpoint where actually sewage pinching, so that how it has to be resolved. One of the issues which have been highlighted and have been much demanded and debated is that one nation, one license thing. And a lot of progress had been made earlier, as Mr. Rana that mentioned. But we have to understand that we are living in a federal structure, and agriculture is mainly the state subject. And Government of India has a limited domain to intervene. So those intervention has to be made in a structured manner, in the manner which is acceptable and implementable both. And even if sometimes we are already facing the problem that varieties are released, but the state are insisting on the multiple trial at their own level. And the recent judgment in Chandigarh High Court has some relief to you. And we'll keep working on these issues. And like Dr. Yadav suggested, we are thinking of the solutions, how it has to be worked out so that it remain effective and it does not harm anything which can stop it. So that, like one of the option he's spoken is that categorization of the companies on some very objective parameters, and based on that certain privileges can be assigned to some of the companies and some of those companies following those parameters. And it should be open for all. Anybody who wants to achieve those privileges, they can qualify those parameters. It's not that it's restrictive. So something on that line we are working, and we'll discuss more with you so that we come up with a very implementable solution. Harmonization has many things. One is that the harmonization across the state, without going into much legality, we are working, me and Dr. Yadav are working, our team has prepared some documents, some framework where we can do some harmonization within the possible framework, within the existing framework, that what type of things can be done, how things we can standardize, and even fixing the timelines, and even using the auto-escalation method, that if it is not being done, then after this much of time, it will escalate to the next level, or if not being done, then should be considered deemed approved or something like that. So for that, we require a digital technology, and Sathi is certainly a good portal where we can build in these type of solutions, and I will come to Sathi later. But this harmonization we are working, and we are hopeful that we'll come up with some good solution very soon. Similarly, that harmonization which is required between various acts, Seed Act and the PPVFRA Act and other acts which you are following, which are ruling the seed sector. So we are also working on that, and you are also already aware that we are very much that's in consultation with the stakeholders for the seed bill, and seed bill, a lot of work has happened, a lot of consultation has already happened, and we are hoping to move it forward very soon, and we may invite more suggestions in the coming future, and we are hoping that within 5-6 months some good progress happens in that area. Then the demand of harmonization across that various act and across the various rules, regulations certainly will be addressed. HT cotton thing, Dr. Yadav already told, so I'm not, I will not go much into it, and Dr. Pentel is here, he is well aware, so he can explain about it. With regard to varietal release thing that also addressed by Dr. Yadav, besides also we are also thinking how to integrate it with the PPP FRA that process, and we had discussion during the in the last board meeting with the chairman PPP FRA, and we are working on the regulation and guidelines so that your that mandatory requirement of testing and trial gets clubbed, and with the one trial and testing at one place, you can be qualified for both the places. So something on those lines we are working. With regard to this Sathi thing, I am very thankful to the industry for coming forward and providing all assistance to government for implementation. And we have done user testing at Maharashtra for bringing TL seed on Sathi platform, and that has been very successful, so we are rolling it out. We are also addressing your concern with regard to that lot-wise and the packet-wise thing, and we are working on those solutions, how it has to be addressed. And besides that, we have also started working on the BPR of that whole process. Right now, the process is a bit complicated, so that how to do that, remove the steps so that it becomes more easier. And Sathi adaptation, what we are facing right now is the end point implementation, that is at the dealer, distributor, retailer point. And that is a real problem which we want to address, and we are working on it, especially that that retailer level. It is very unofficial channels which goes in the distribution of the seed. So packet-wise monitoring and package-wise that tracking of each and every packet at the retailer level and to the farmer level is becoming a difficulty. And you are aware that last few days back there was some agitation in Nagpur, and our people had also gone, and I had also interacted with the dealers in Pune. So we are trying to resolve their issues. We are going with the, as I told that, so we don't have to anything to hide. The main thing is that everybody is worried about the data, that my data, what the retailer and dealer is thinking, वो उनको पता लग जाएगा company को कि that whose seed I am selling, तो they will वो हमारी arm twisting करेंगे. So they want that their data should not be leaked. So I am trying to gain their confidence. Similarly, you have their own concern that that your the breeders farmers' detail is leaked, then somebody else will go and buy from them. So certainly these are very valid concern, and these are the commercial concern and commercial interest as well as the IP related interest. We would like to fully protect it. We don't have anything to do with your commercial interest. Do you have anything to do with the your IP interest? For that acts are there, and other that regulatory mechanism is there. We just want to track. So we would like to come, we would like to win your confidence, win the confidence of the dealer and distributor, and that's why I keep coming to you with my problems, that these are the problem I am facing. Please suggest a solution. And with this regular consultation, we are coming up with the solution, and we are hopeful. We have worked many technical solutions to address this issue of the last mile, that distribution issue, but we are hopeful that we'll come up with that. And the good thing is that now on the Sathi we have launched that seed rolling plan for the state. So that will give a broader spectrum. That's a greater level of accurate planning for the state, and you will also come to know that which state is having how much of demand in the future, what they are thinking, so that you can also plan accordingly, and you can also participate on the Sathi with those states, and that would be very helpful. I have already spoken earlier occasion that how we are trying to integrate AI with the Sathi, and to help the farmers, to help the retailer, and also to help the users who are using. So based on the AI, we will be trying to give the responses to each and every problem and questions. So that is what we are doing. And besides, for the increasing export, I had an earlier meeting when we had a meeting with for the OECD scheme, and I requested the industry to give us the list of crops for which you want market access of any country. So that I can monitor myself with my PP division for early market access of those products, because otherwise what happens with every country, 2 or 3 things are there for the market access, and it goes on for years and years. So for the seed, I would like to expedite. So I have requested the industry to provide me the list of the countries with the name of the crop for which you want to sell the seed, so that we can expedite it. That would be very helpful. And we had a meeting a few days back with regard to that India-Africa Seed Conference, where I asked IRRI to make a presentation of seed beyond border, seed without border. So that is also a good scheme in which we can participate, and we have to see how industry can benefit out of it, and how can you gain more market access as per national target which industry has fixed is from increasing 2% to 10%. Certainly, I welcome that, and we will be fully supporting the industry to achieve that. And in the OECD scheme, many of the seed companies are not participating, so I would request them to participate. And besides that, ISTA accreditation thing, that I would like that more and more companies and labs should get that ISTA accreditation, so that we become more export worthy and more acceptable in the global seed business. With regard to TL seed and certified seed, Dr. Yadav has already spoken. And we have to work out some solution that how to address the issue of the fly-by-night operator, and that people who are selling the spurious seed, because tracking them and holding them is the biggest hurdle. And I think with the Sathi, these things we can address very fast and in a more efficient manner. So I would request and expect your participation and support in implementation of Sathi. One more thing I would like to give as a suggestion and advice is that think of the ways and means to link with the agriculture value chain in advance. We have a PPV FRA scheme, PPP ABCD scheme, Public-Private Partnership Agriculture Value Chain Development, in which many companies are coming forward for taking up a cluster and integrating all the value chain with the farmer, so that his sale is assured and his prices are assured. Similarly, its inputs are also assured. So there is a good chance of participation seed companies, so that they get a good quality seed in advance. They are assured of, and even if possible, you can give it on credit. So that will build your do the integration with the whole value chain. And the lot of farmer producer organization we have supported, 10,000 we have supported. Besides, the state governments have also promoted number of farmer organizations, FPOs. So how to integrate with them, so that your good quality seed is in their assured reach. So they don't need to go here and there for getting the quality seed. So how we can integrate with the value chain, that is what I have been seeing in Brazil and other places where that seed companies are involved in that along with the processor who is going to buy the soya bean, so that everybody is in one frame. So everybody is aware that what type of seed I am going to have and what type of product is going to deliver and who is going to consume. So advanced tie-up is a very good thing. It's very difficult in India because of that small size of the land holding and the small size of farmers. But their clusterization with the FPOs and our cluster approach, I think this can become feasible, and the scheme like PPP, ABCD. So seed companies can also take part and become the value chain partner in developing such clusters. So these are some of the things which I wanted to discuss, and thank you for inviting me and giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It is now my honor to invite our chief guest, Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra, Chairperson, Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Authorities, PPV FRA, Government of India, to deliver the chief guest address, please.
Okay, very good afternoon, evening to all of you. And thanks to my previous speakers, who all have spoken about their domains, and also not only India, even Asia situation has been already spoken. So there is nothing left actually. So I don't want to really take more time, and I have another engagement. It's already delayed by half an hour. So I had to rush, and others are waiting. So that's why. Of course, this title, Lab to Land and Making Seed Business Easier, Faster and Smarter. So I don't know Lab to Land whether I should talk about, but certainly some aspect of making seed business faster, easier and smarter. I'll speak few points, and then in 5 minutes maximum I'll finish my talk. Seed sector is growing, and all of you know that how fast it is growing, and it's estimated in 2024 last year to be $4.25 billion US, and by 2030 it is projected to be about $6 billion US. This is, I'm talking about Indian seed sector. So certainly there is plenty of opportunity for Indian seed sector to grow, and particularly the seed business to grow. And this can be made faster, yes, why not? And many facets of this have been talked about, and we may talk 20 things, but issue is often I see that if we focus on 1 or 2 important points which based on priority and resolve those, then only you will be able to move faster. So today the requirement is that all of you sitting here, and every year we are sitting and discussing, that if we can identify what we identified last year and what we identified this year and how it is being resolved, and I believe that would be very, very useful. And if we identify just one issue and focus on this and then resolve it, and then when we come next year, we say that we resolve this and we move to next one, or maybe 2 or 3. So I believe that would be useful, because we keep it, because everything on earth, appear to be a problem, and we try to solve it, and then the process, half-solved issues are there. So they continue to be there that way. Of course, Dr. D.K. Yadav, now DDG, was mentioning how we, for instance, if you take example of pulses, what was the seed replacement rate, Dr. D.K.? 10%, less than 10%? Yes. So today, in most of them is 30%. So, more than 90%. So issue is that, yes, so, yeah, so those are the details. What I'm telling, that how less than 10%, now it is more than 30%. So what difference it makes to the seed business? You can imagine. just one, focusing on one aspect of it. And those days, Joint Secretary Seed and we all together, Mr. Ashwini Kumarji, and we sat several rounds of discussion. And, of course, Secretary Sanjay Agrawalji was involved. And we said that not more than 5-year-old seeds should go, and variety replacement rate also increased. And that is the reason why we had a jump of 10 million tons in pulses production. Of course, procurement and buffer stock and all those things were, the reasons. It's not just one, but this is one of the reasons why productivity increased and area also increased. And seed availability was one issue, new varieties reaching the farmers. So focusing on one issue and resolving it makes a whole lot of big difference. And one aspect I will focus, because time is not there, and that is you can make seed business faster and smarter if you have IP protection. This is one aspect of it which I am dealing with. When I joined the PPV FRA in 2023, 7,400 applications were pending. 7,400 applications were pending, and some of them were pending for 10 years and more than 10 years. And past 2.5 years, we have registered 4,300 and rejected also maybe around 2,000, and finished up those 7,400, and it is now 315 or 20 of those old applications pending. 2.5 years. 7,400 applications, the rate at which we were registering was 500 and less than 500 per year. So when I discussed in PMO, they were surprised and they said, and if you continue with the same speed, you will take how many years? 14 years to clear 7,400 applications. 14 years. So you talk about seed business hastening up and then faster and then smarter. How will you do? So this is one aspect of it. It's a serious bottleneck. If you are sitting for more than 10 years on a particular application, not registering, so what is that you are doing? What is the system doing? So how it is supporting, there is a very, very well written in the preamble itself that promote seed sector and have more of investment. New varieties, encourage development of new varieties. You kill it by not registering. So why private sector will come and register? And why not there will be pilferage of seeds? And that's what happened. So many court cases. So this is one aspect. Anywhere and everywhere, every sector we are working, if we are not delivering on those specific prioritized targets, everything will fail. And there will be all theory, keep on talking. So this is what one aspect, that you have to prioritize, set targets, monitor and deliver on time. So this is what if we can do, and this all applies to everything that we do actually. It's not just seed sector. So if 7,400 can be reduced to just 300 or 400 applications in 2.5 years, not 14 years, and then you are taking more than 5 years to register a variety. If today someone applies, take 5 years, more than 5 years, and today is less than 3 years. So if you register within 3 years, what do you need? And that will strengthen the seed sector and make it smarter, make it faster. It will grow. And that's why all private sector are encouraged. And all of you sitting here, I believe, you can give your feedback on this development. And today, during that intervening period of 3 years to 5 years, when you are awaiting your registration, there is a period of provisional protection. There is no provisional protection. There is no guideline. So that is another bottleneck. How do you make seed sector smarter and faster? If you allow pilferage to happen and there is no enforcement. So this is another area that we are working on, and thanks to Ajit ji, and he was there, and we were working on this, and hopefully it would be on there in place. And once that is there, we will be able to address provisional protection issue, and in a big way. So that will make you certainly run fast. So without taking any more time, I have another meeting, as I said. So a lot more to actually speak about, and we will sit separately. All of you will be, we will be interested to sit with all of you and discuss more about, working together, joining hands. And mind you, we are not neglecting any sector. No, we are not neglecting public sector. We are not neglecting, farmers. The varieties that we have registered, 50 or 51% is farmers variety. We are promoting farmers variety as well. So that's what we were discussing in the morning. Why not we go together, hand in hand? Nobody should have any doubt that if there is private sector growing, farmers will be all finished. So farmers varieties are also being encouraged, and informal seed sector, which is about 25-30%, that should also be strengthened. And we have now, support coming in to strengthen the informal seed sector. So that's another aspect, how you actually go faster and smarter, makes things smarter. So thank you very much for inviting me. It's a lot more to speak about. So with these words, I stop here. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will be releasing our reports and key findings. For that, may I please invite our Vice Chairman, Mr. Rajveer Rathi, to join us on the stage, please. To conclude our inaugural session, we will now proceed with the release of two significant publications: the Compendium of CSR and ESG Initiatives, along with Socio-Economic Footprint Data of FSII member companies; a knowledge paper titled Ease of Doing Business for Unlocking Growth of Seed Industry; and Marketing Agri-Input for Sustainable Agriculture by Dr. Pingali Venugopalan and our advisor, Mr. Ram Kondinia. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our dignitaries. It has been an absolute pleasure. With that, may I now invite Mr. Raghavan Sampath Kumar, Executive Director at Federation of Seed Industry of India, to share the key findings of the FSII report on ease of doing business. Over to you, sir.
Respected dignitaries, I know time is limited, but I need to second my chairman's remarks. Even I'm working in the sector for 20 years, I never seen any, I would say, highest level of involvement or being consultative approach being taken up in my interaction in the last 25 years from the government side. So we are truly grateful for your accommodation as well as being open to ideas. So respected Mr. Shagu as well as Dr. D.K. Yadava and also Dr. Mahapatra, we are very grateful. So just to take you through some of the key highlights, this survey was done among 55 companies in India, which is fairly representative of the Indian seed industry. I request people to sit down, please. Excuse me. I request people to sit down, please. So, the sample size was actually 55, which is representative, and we can see a lot of focus on exports, a lot of R&D, as well as multi-state presence, and a strong focus on innovation. So, an average company which is to be tagged as high R&D company spends not less than 15% on R&D. So, the distinction is here that a non-R&D focused company will spend 3 times lesser than a company which is to be tagged as R&D focused company. And export focused companies are actually investing more in R&D. So that clearly says the incentives are required for research and development. Now, we have talked about problems, but of course, we are not going to spend too much time on it. But the impact, if we can say, of a sector valued at 30,000 crore, 4.5%, that money is going to compliance costs, which can be significantly reduced, need not be 100% completely eliminated, but can be reduced so that the business can happen smoothly, and as well as the divergent requirements across states can be removed. We had a discussion with one of the states recently, sir, that we showed them that the farther a state moves from central regulations, poor their performance are in terms of agriculture. It was very clear from the data. So, there are lots of issues including licensing delays, missed season, as well as delayed testing results as well as. So, inventory write-off is also is a major issue for companies. So, when companies tend to release more number of varieties, they actually are incurring more in terms of cost. There's an innovation penalty. Plus, if we want to go to more states, there's also a scaling penalty as well. So, higher the cost, I mean, we want companies to do more, but by the way, it is costing also them more. The biggest challenge that almost all the respondents have raised is the divergence of the states from the central legislations. The Act, I can still read, I mean, I've been reading the BEAR Act. The Seed Act 1966 and Seed Control Order were actually drafted with a proactive mindset, with a futuristic view to accommodate the growing and emerging dynamics. But the interpretation of those by the states is actually hurting us on the ground. And the last but one was actually the NOC block, which Dr. Yadava cleared. And we had a discussion that what are the other ways to circumvent, or not merely circumvent, but actually ensure safety as well through NFTS system. So ideally, this can be either red or green. So the mixture of it makes a lot of trouble. Being mixed, it doesn't matter if it is red completely. It will be fine because it is predictable. But the mixture of red and green actually is making cost of doing business more. That is a problem. Whether it is variety registration or local SAU trial data requirement or years of testing, divergence is making things complex and costly. These are some of the issues we all know. Of course, we are addressing we are trying our best to address. But what we wanted to actually bring forth is being already talked about in this forum. There is a definite need for people, or there is a definite need for companies that invest in R&D. They need to be recognized. And it's much like the Navaratna status of PSUs. They have some autonomy. Similar model can be achieved or adopted for seed industry also to help the genuine players do more smoother business, at the same time bring more innovations to the farmers. Digital transformation is definitely going to be a very important component of it, and we welcome the initiatives, and we would like to partner with the government, of course, on all the digital support or digital infrastructure that is required. When we talk about what we are going to achieve out of all these is an 800 crore additional value that is going to get unlocked by doing this. And there is also a snowballing effect of creating employment, creating all sorts of parameters towards resilience, trade promotion, increased investment in R&D, because we just spend about 0.65% of our GDP on R&D. This is the slide I want to leave you with. If these regulatory roadblocks are addressed, a typical company can come out with 3 to 5 varieties annually. About 320 crore, especially for the MSME sectors, can be unlocked. 800 crores of total value, economic value, which you would see, which is important for the country, in which there are so many millions of people live under $2 a day, which is going to be very, very important. And at the end of the day, if we are thinking about increasing our share of exports, it is going to be absolutely important. And the time to act is now. And thank you so much for the opportunity. I once again thank all the delegates, the participants, and everyone watching on YouTube as well. Thank you for your time. Surbi is on her way. It's okay. I think we can break for a tea break. Yeah. Okay, group picture before that. I think we are perfectly on time.
Thank you, sir. Before we break for tea and snacks, let's all come towards the stage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
request everyone to come towards the stage, please.
Yeah, everybody in the audience, requesting you to please come towards the stage. We'll have a group picture. Meanwhile, I would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, Star Agri Seeds Private Limited, Paryan Alliance Private Limited, and Institute of Horticulture Technology. As we always say, just remember, if you can see the camera can see you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now break for tea. Please join us back at 5:15 p.m. sharp for Request to everybody to please be seated. Our panel discussion for today. Requesting everyone to please be seated. On sowing confidence for predictable, transparent and efficient regulations. This session will be moderated by our advisor, Mr. Ram Kondinia. The distinguished panelists joining him are Dr. Paresh Verma, Director Research Bioseed Research, Dr. S. Gyanasambandhan, Joint Director DPPQS, Dr. Sunil Archak, Head Germplasm Exchange and Policy Unit NBPGR, and Mr. Abhishek Senthilnathan, Executive Director at Accent Agri-Science. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel for today, a huge round of applause, please. Before we begin, may I please request Dr. Paresh Verma to do the honors in offering a small token of welcome to Dr. S. Gyanasambandhan, Joint Director, DPPQS. It's an absolute honor to have you here, sir. May I please request Mr. Ram Kondinia to offer welcome wishes to Dr. Sunil Archak, Head Germplasm Exchange and Policy Unit, NBPGR. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Surbi. Good evening, everyone. I hope after a cup of tea, all of you are fully awake and ready for an evening session, which hopefully will end on time so that you all are in time for the dinner. So I am very happy to be here to be hosting this discussion, and we have four very highly important and competent people to talk about the subject. The subject is of sowing confidence with predictable, transparent, efficient regulations. All three important adjectives here. And so idea is that seed industry is poised for growth. There is no doubt about that. The opportunities are great. We talked about them earlier sessions also. There are opportunities in India for growing the business from the current 30,000 crores to 32,000 crores business. This can go up quite a lot because still the estimate is that 40% of the market is still not formal. It's not commercial. That means only about 60% of the market is commercial today. That means this 30,000 is actually, it can go to 50,000 without any much of effort, just by converting the informal market into a formal market. That is point number one. But point number 2, which is actually more important, is that the quality of the market can improve and must improve with greater investments in research. And research investments are intrinsically connected with the amount of investment, which we all know is low today in the seed industry, in agriculture in general, and in seed industry also in particular. We are not even investing 2 to 3% of our revenue on research today, while the global standards are up to 10%. So there is a huge opportunity to increase research investments. But why research investments are not going up? Also, there could be some constraints which we will discuss. And but everybody agrees that research must increase. The third aspect I would like to touch upon is exports. That there is a huge opportunity to increase exports. Global seed trade is about $10 billion, $15 billion. And we are talking of taking even a 10% market share in that. We are talking of around 10,000 crores worth of exports, which can be developed from this country. Agroclimatically, we are well positioned. Seed systems wise, we are well positioned. We have good production systems. And but still, how can we make this into a big opportunity for us? So that is the third point, which is also something we must keep in mind. And the fourth point I would like to mention also is that, which is in a way related to research, is that how do we increase or improve the quality of the germplasm that is used in our research programs? You know, I think there are some crops which suffer from lack of good germplasm. Soybean is an example that we have not really enhanced the germplasm quality in soybean. Similarly, there are other crops. So germplasm sources from India, from outside India, both, how do we actually make them available, and what is the process and things like that. And the final point, which is the fifth point, is on regulatory mechanisms for clearance of technologies, modern technologies. You know, research investments, when they are made, finally the resultant technologies which come out, either from our own research or through technology transfers from outside, how are they supported through policy, in general policy and regulatory policy both. I think all of these 5 points add up to what we call as ease of doing business, or what is called as predictable, transparent, efficient regulations. So that's what I would like to focus upon. We have on the two extremes, the two people from seed industry, and in the inner circle, I have the two persons from government and ICR. So it's a good panel we have. So I will start with you. So I would like to say that we have time for an opening statement from each one of you, which you can generally talk about your broad ideas. Then I will go into some questioning after that. So we will start with you, Paresh, yeah, for your opening statement first. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And a very good evening to you once again. Like you rightly mentioned, I think the seed industry has a great potential to contribute towards the government's goal of making India a developed country, Viksit Bharat by 2047. And the reason I say that is because we cannot have a developed country unless our farmers are prosperous. Especially in India, when almost 40–45% of our population depends on agriculture and agriculture-related things, and given the fact that our crop-specific GDP has really not been growing at the pace that we would like. I think if we look at the data, it's hardly 2% or maybe slightly less than 2%. Even though the overall agricultural GDP growth may be 4–4.5%. So we must put more money in the hands of the farmers, and one way of doing it is increasing productivity at his farm gate level. And the biggest contributor in increasing that productivity will of course be the good quality of seed that he would use or she would use in the farm, at the farm. Now, obviously, this offers us a tremendous opportunity. The potential is there, the opportunity is there, and like you mentioned, there are going to be some very specific areas where the opportunity is going to be more. One of them, for example, is for the industry to participate more in the seed value chain of self-pollinated crops. And I think this is a point that came up earlier in the afternoon as well. When we look at crops which are like pulses, oil seeds, etc., the participation of the seed sector, private seed sector, is very, very less, and wherever it is there, it's really in the production and distribution component of the overall value chain. I think the time has come when the private sector can invest or should invest more in the research of these crops as well. Of course, that will depend on some of the that will depend on the regulatory environment that will enable the private sector to invest in these crops, because like Mr. Chairman here mentioned, there are reasons why the private sector is not doing some of the things which it has a potential or it has a capacity to do. So when it comes to investing in research in the self-pollinated crops, of course, the IPR regime, the IPR landscape, and more importantly, the enforcement of those regulations becomes very important. Now, we were very encouraged to hear Dr. Mahapatra, and we have seen that happen over the last couple of years also, that the speed at which the testing is done and the registrations are being given is completely different. There has been a complete turnaround in what we are getting from the authority now. But when it comes to self-pollinated crops, and given the fragmented structure that we have in India, I think what will also be required is some kind of a mechanism so that so that the companies which invest in research also are able to recover part of that value back. And not all of that value will come through sale of seed, because like you mentioned, almost 35–40% of the seed is still in the informal sector, the chain. And most of that, of course, is in self-pollinated crops, as we know. So we should be thinking about something like, a mechanism which exists in Europe and some South American countries, where, which is the endpoint royalty mechanism, where the royalty can be collected at the point where the farmer is selling the produce. And that is possible now, because there are a lot of institutional buyers, there are these ENAMs, etc., and I think that mechanism is going to further expand and strengthen in the future. So that is one thing. The other area of potential is the seed exports, and again, in addition to what the government has to do, I think the industry also has to start investing resources and time, because we cannot simply start exporting seed abruptly. We need to test, we need to we need to make sure that we have the right products which are adapted in the region that we want to export to. And it needs patience, time, resources to not only identify the product, but also then to develop markets there and do business development. So we need to have that long-term commitment to invest in those resources to be able to achieve this goal of increasing seed exports. The increased investment in R&D is something that has, that we have been talking about quite a bit, and I think the clarity in the regulatory mechanisms, the predictability in those regulatory mechanisms and the transparency and the fact that the regulations are science-based and are not influenced by either bureaucratic inefficiencies or political narratives that get created around some subjects. I think that will encourage the companies to invest more in research. The companies also, I think, need to invest more in creating infrastructure facilities, which will not only improve the quality of the seed domestically for the farmers in India, but also if we are targeting export markets, I think we need to have those state-of-the-art facilities which will ensure that the seed that we export meets the internationally benchmarked quality standards. So those are some of the things that I think we as industry also need to think with a much longer vision, with a much longer commitment, and incorporate these things in our strategic planning.
Thank you. I think you have brought out not only what you need from government, but also what industry should do. I think both sides have to come together. It is not a one-way traffic that we keep asking government for this and that, but we also should be ready to do certain things, which he has mentioned very nicely. So we will come back. Now let's come to Dr. Sunil Achek and your opening statement, sir.
Thank you very much. Sabhi ko namaskar. The title uses 3 words: predictable, transparent, and efficient. This predictability, transparency, and efficiency are the 3 buzzwords currently in all the ongoing international negotiations, whether it is Convention on Biological Diversity or International Treaty or in WHO. Everywhere these are the 3 things where the operations are, let's say, the people expect them to be improving, but they are not. So you have identified these are the 3 ones, but yes. So from my part, efficiency is where we have timeliness of operations from with respect to access to germplasm. So we consider that the timeliness is extremely important. And before I make a couple of points, I would like to just highlight the, because you mentioned about the importance of increase in use of germplasm, genetic resources. So I'd like to just highlight a couple of figures for everybody's attention. Yeah. Let's say in the past 5 years, the number of germ accessions that are imported, I'm just talking about the import of germplasm. The private industry is importing 75% of the events that are happening here. NBPGR is the nodal organization for import and export and access of all the germplasm for research purpose, R&D. So 75% of those events have happened, or accessions, number of accessions are by private industry. And compare that with public organizations, which is 8%, and by ourselves directly, which is 5%. So you can see that private industry is dominating the import events. So let me come into that. Let's little bit dissect that little bit. So out of all the things that are being imported, even today the dominance is by cereals, against the expectation that everybody is working towards perhaps vegetables. Even now the dominance is in cereals. For example, 61% of all the imports are in cereals, and 80% of all the cereal import is by private industry. So you can see that again it's a dominant, let's say, contribution. Whereas in case of legumes, only 1% is by private industry. It's the least interest is shown in case of grain, legumes, pulses. And as expected, in case of oil seeds, 80% of the imports are by public organizations and NBPGR directly, and not much by seed industry. And in case of vegetables, yes, great amount, 92% is by private industry. And in case of fruits, which are perhaps not in the radar of in the seed industry yet much, it's only around 10 to 14% by private industry. And I hope these figures will trigger some amount of, let's say, soul-searching thinking or strategizing, planning kind of things, which is very, very important, because everybody knows what's happening globally, and then where you are planning for, whether you are planning for tomorrow or for next year or next decade, which is going to be very, very important. The second point is about the point that you mentioned about, the role of Indian industry, or how much export, or our role, or our percentage of participation in global business. Yes. I'll give two examples. When we were visiting Central Asian countries, in the universities and in the organizations such as Plant Authority, which is located in, let's say, in Kazakhstan or even in Uzbekistan, you have a Chinese flag along with the local flag. That's the amount of capture that has happened there. So just imagine if you want to have a flag of that country, how much efforts that have already gone by, systematic efforts by both public and private entities. Same is the case even in a couple of places in Africa. Yeah. So it's not that you just go and directly invest in your business. So you help build them infrastructure, that they want to use your, let's say, material or your variety. So that amount of background work is essential in terms of infrastructure building and personnel capacity building, etc. Okay. Now, I think we recently had 2 interactions with seed industry in NBPGR. So what I'm going to state now is the statement by ICR NBPGR, or Indian Council of Agriculture Research per se. We specifically mentioned that the amount of interaction or the collaboration, so-called, that private public in case of germplasm is only when you access something which is either, let's say, partially known, that it is characterized or evaluated, and we say that, okay, this is perhaps resistant to some kind of diseases, so you come and access that one, pay and access that one. So that's only the end product, access and then do some work. I think that paradigm will never work now. I think if you don't stop that kind of thing, that some end product is there, you access and let's try, and then I think that paradigm we should leave back now. Now it is time to think that how we are partners. So that word should come there. I think this was mentioned informally in our NBPGR meeting, that how can we become partners with specific core competencies. So unless we start doing that one, that means you access basic germplasm from the gene bank and start working on that together. And have, for example, we have received interest from some of your colleagues to work on pre-breeding in case of okra. So that's an excellent beginning. So this is where I think everybody has to look at. So that's my second point. And the third point I think has also been raised, I think in the other session also, is the existence of multiple agencies. Because when you want to access material, germplasm, there are different things that are already existing. For example, you want to access material from Indian Gene Bank, you want to get material from outside, so different international rules and regulations are already existing. You want to get something which is part of the Annex 1 of the treaty, there are different methodologies. Something which is beyond that and it goes under Nagoya Protocol, you go to NBA. Something you want to access from a gene bank, then we want to know whether you are a 3-2 or whatever different definitions are there. So unless some of you go to court and say that these differences should never exist now, because anybody can buy a share from anywhere in the world, so it's not in your hand anymore. So these kinds of things should happen. If you want to look at this only in the narrow perspective, it doesn't work that way. I think how do we treat each other as partners is very important in that context. And then which is why a combined discussion between ICR, seed industry and NBA and perhaps any other agencies that are there is very, very essential, that we clarify on some of these procedural part. See, some of these which I mentioned are all principal part, but the ones which are already existing, the procedures to become very clear, then simple and straightforward. Okay. The last point I would like to make at this point as opening statement, we are generating some of these excellent reports, status reports, vision documents. We are doing that separately. The ICR or the government is doing separately, private industry is doing separately. What's your combined vision? What do you think that we should have? See, if you want to become Viksit Bharat by 2047, it is never going to be happening if you go on separate paths. Unless both of us work together, this is never going to happen. But do we have a common document? We don't have. Have we thought about that? We have not. So I think that's where I stop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have brought out some very good and some of them revolutionary ideas, which is also very good. In fact, what you said about Chinese flag reminded me of my visit to Ethiopia. When you go to Addis Ababa, there is a building of OAU.
Yes, that's another thing is, yes.
And from a distance, it is a fantastic building. I thought how such a building is there in Addis Ababa. When I went near that, the plaque showed this building is donated by the People's Republic of China. Right? So I think there has to be a strategic approach to some of these things in a joint way between the government and private sector. Both should participate in this, but I agree with you. And I also am a great fan of what you said last, that, and in fact I was just discussing today also during lunchtime, and then the other day I was talking to Dr. Pathak about this, that if you take three major organizations working, the CG, ICR and private industry, why three cannot sit together and then have a combined approach towards developing research and technologies in the country which are badly needed by certain high priority areas? Why should there be duplication of investments in infrastructure? I always give this example that you have 50 biotech labs using 5 crores budget each. That is a waste of money. You have 2 biotech labs having 125 crores each is a much better investment. So this fragmented approach is not leading us anywhere. So I think if we continue to do what we have been doing for the last 30-40 years, we will continue to get the same results. I think this out-of-the-box thinking is needed. Very good suggestions from your side. And then, but this, we will come back to some of these points, hopefully, as the discussion progresses. Thank you very much. Now, I come to Dr. Gnan Sambandham, and I know that you have a very difficult, but we have met many times in these meetings, and then the same questions keep coming back to you, and you keep giving the same answers, more or less. So, but I hope we have made some progress in the last few months since we met. So I look forward to your opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, my colleagues. I am Dr. Gnan Sambandham, Joint Director, Plant Quarantine, Directorate of PPQS, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. So we are the National Plant Protection Organization, issuing the phytosanitary certificate for the export of seed consignments, and also giving clearance, import clearance for the seed consignments and other agricultural commodities imported. So as regards to the points which we discussed, the major points related to the plant quarantine is the export of seeds, number one. Definitely there is a lot of scope and there is a huge market. India is becoming a seed hub where there is a lot of potential for improving the export, so that it will give direct benefit to the farmers, and also it will achieve the vision of our Prime Minister for doubling or tripling the farmers' income, so that when export improves, definitely it is a direct benefit to the farmers. So in this way, if you look at the data
from our planned quarantine department. So compared to 2023-24 data and 2024-25, there is a tremendous increase in the import as well as export of seed consignments. When you look at import of seed consignments, number of consignment wise, 2023-24, it was 4,808 consignments imported from various countries, which contribute to the quantity of 20,250.71 metric tons. But if you look at the import of the subsequent year, that is 2024-25, it is almost, it is a 5,273 consignment, and the quantum was 23,426.53 metric tons. It means that the gradual increase in the number of imports as well as the quantity of import also. So if you look at the export pattern, it is a very significant and very unique, and it is a appreciable increase in the export. 2023-24, it was 9,285 consignments, contributing the quantity of 66,306 metric ton. But whereas in the next year, 2024-25, it was 10,350 consignments, contributing 95,194 metric tons. This is the, through this data, it is evident that the trend is increasing. But if you look at critically, but the way in which we are going is not that much fast. We are not fully or effectively not utilizing the potential. So there is tremendous scope to improve the exports. Of course, you know that import many countries, from many countries we are importing consignments and we are processing it and re-exporting. So that is also happening. So we need to really analyze the bottlenecks for complete or exploit the full potential of the export as well. That needs to be done, for which we have received representation from the seed industry. The main issue what we need to flag is, just as you are aware that government, we are working on that, the priorities nowadays it is getting changed time to time. So my first and foremost point, what I wanted to emphasize, to make it reality for to utilize the complete potential of the export. So from the industrial side, we need to formulate a task force, so that task force from the seed industry has to monitor or work along with the government on the various issues with a timeline, so that with the complete technical support or whatever support we need to have it, so that needs to be worked on that, so through which we could able to achieve the focused activities or the target activities which will facilitate the complete utilization of the export. So that is the first point I would like to focus, so that through which we can able to move further and we can able to make the progress in this matter. So as you are aware that we are having market access for export of seeds to many countries. But at the same time, lot of countries we need to get market access. So through this task force, we need to prioritize which are the potential countries we could able to furtherance our exports, and what are those phytosanitary conditions for those countries, for the target countries with the target seeds and the phytosanitary certificate. Because as you are aware that the information on the phytosanitary conditions or the information about the market access what we have received from various countries are available in scattered manner. So this is not in a consolidated way, it is not, it should be made available in a single click, so that it will facilitate to the seed industry as well as the government also. So we need to have some kind of collaboration, we need to have some kind of supportive mechanism that to consolidate such the market access requirements and such the phytosanitary requirements, conditions of various countries in a common platform, so that we will consolidate and make it under a common platform which will facilitate the stakeholders. So that is the request I would like to make it from this. Apart from that, lot of requests from the industry comes to us for the pest risk analysis. So that is also again a prioritized area where we need to have nowadays we are going in a faster mode. Every country or we are now thinking about or implementing the artificial intelligence, so that we should have some kind of collaboration with the industry to develop our own system for a pest risk, to conduct a pest risk analysis in an automated way with the infusion of AI. So if we can think it of like that, so that we can quickly do the validation or quickly do the pest risk analysis in our own way with a faster mode. So that is again possible, that so that pesticide industry also working on with CIBRC, then they have a software and they are supporting all technical aspects also. Similar way, seed industry can also come forward and work with the government and have a collaboration. We are open for private-public partnership. Then we can have a common collaboration and we can develop a system which will facilitate for the industry to get a quick market access or the quick pest risk analysis and other queries related to regulatory as well as export or import. So that is again one more suggestion from my side. And again there are a lot of scope for because the industry, sir clearly pointed out that the industry is having their own laboratory facilities which are also facilitated with the molecular approaches, so that now we are in the active consideration to expand the NSPM 23, so that which will facilitate the part of NSPM 23 which is encouraging the phytosanitary service agency, private persons, to conduct the inspections as well as the laboratory testing. Already this has been implemented. So far, more than 30 plus phytosanitary service agencies have been active in the country, which they are doing for other commodities. So we are actively considering, on the basis of the representation received from the seed industry, to incorporate the seed industry laboratory also into the NSPM 23, so that accreditation can be given, so that the seed industry can be the part of inspection of export consignment as well as the issuing the laboratory reports for various pathogen, virus or bacteria and fungus, all those things. So that is a other request, so that we are actively working on that, so that if we formulate the task force, so that through this task force we can continuously have a discussion and have a monitoring system, have a timeline and have a progress onto that. So that is the way forward to execute these requests into the reality, which will surely benefit to the industry. Other things what I would like to focus that in the recent 2 years, we have been receiving non-compliances on the seed consignments, tomato brown fruit rugose virus, tomato mottle mosaic virus. These two viruses, so non-compliances we have received for the past 2 years. So we have also taking corrective action and communicating to the importing countries, where the problem what we found is the protocol, the testing protocol, what we are following and what the importing countries are following, there are variations. So I request the industry to come forward, so that we need to standardize the testing protocol or molecular protocols for those viruses which are very critical, or which are very concerned to the importing country, or which are having quarantine potential for the importing country. So we need to really work on that to justify our action, because the variation in the methodology which will not be justifiable will affect our export also. So if export is affected, directly farmers will be affected. So that we need industry to look into that, we work closely with the government so that we can work on this aspect and have a common standard protocol and validate that protocol with the importing countries protocol, so that there should not be any variation in the detection of certain the quarantine concern pest. So that is the next point which I wanted to highlight that. So other than this, PQ order, again there is a revision is required, which we got the representation from that. So we are also working on that, but we need the quick response through the task force with that, and we are working along with the ICR also, because a lot of viruses which are in the broad category, which has to be narrowed down and which is spelled properly, and there is variation in the synonyms of the names which have been given. All those things we need to critically work on that within the timeline. So these are the major points which I would like to highlight that. So if we could able to do it in a collaborative way with the kind of a task force, with the kind of a system in a public-private partnership, with the timeline, with the continuous monitoring, either with the continuous meetings, so we can able to move forward, and we can able to, through which we can able to achieve our goal, and that would benefit the farmers directly. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It's very nice to hear the readiness to collaborate. I think this is coming out very clearly today from all, and I am very pleasantly, I can't say surprised, but I am also very pleasantly very happy that such excited that such proposals are coming, and it is for the industry to respond actually, and then make sure that we join in this effort. Now I come to the youngest person on the stage, and also the youngest person in the seed industry maybe, Abhishek. So can you tell us what are your own thoughts? What is your opening statement?
Thank you, sir. First of all, it's an honor and a privilege to sharing the stage with these esteemed dignitaries. As many of us talked about today, we all have a vision of India becoming Vikshit Bharat by 2047. And as many of us on stage mentioned today, that dream or that vision would not be possible without us taking the agriculture community, farming community along with us to becoming a developed nation. And right now, the agriculture industry, 50% of our population is dependent on agriculture industry, but we contribute to only around 10% of our GDP. And over the recent past, as we've all witnessed the geopolitical tensions, and we have seen and we are proud that our government has protected our farmers and our agriculture industry. It's also a real stark reminder to us that we have a long way to go. In our dream or vision to be a Vikshit Bharat, every industry which we talk to or we interact with, everyone in my generation has the aspiration to become the best in the world at what they do. Either it be manufacturing, either it be pharmaceutical, either it be automobile, any industry. But we in agriculture sector, I'm often hearing us about being talked about holding hostage to another country. So that I feel is a very much achievable goal if we all work together. We all work together to achieve the dreams of the farmers in our country today. It's not just about protecting our farmers from external interests, it's also about enabling our farmers with the right technology, right tools to be the most productive farmers in the world. And that might seem like a far stretch now, but we have to start somewhere. And we, as an industry, we as the private sector and public sector are sitting here talking together about collaborating, talking together about how we can set up task forces to enable each other for improving farmers' income. Not just doubling farmers' income, but taking farmers to a Vikshit Bharat. So, while I feel we owe it not just to this generation of farmers, but next generation of farmers, next generation of professionals, next generation of agriculture entrepreneurs, to enable our ecosystem to take us to the next level. And we often talk about us new agri-professionals not coming into the industry, next generation of farmers not coming into the industry. But it often baffles me because then this generation looks for a purposeful profession, which we 100% are. We are helping feed the world and we are helping serve the farming community. This generation wants to work with the cutting edge of technology, which we 100% are in terms of being able to work with the technology and directly seeing the impact on the field of the farmers. This generation wants to work in an empowered and accountable team which can create impact and live that impact on ground. I feel we are, the seed industry especially, we are poised to be, and we are in the right place to be able to tap those emotions. And it's like Raghavan sir said today, we just have to keep communicating our message and change the perception of who we are. And along with that, we also have to get to the 2047 goal. We have to invest in our technology, we have to invest in our people, and we have to invest in our processes. And it is, as Ram Kaundinya sir was also mentioning, it is our responsibility as a private industry to invest as much as we can into our R&D to be able to enable and serve our farmers better. While we are doing that, while we need that, we need to collaborate with government authorities and the public sector to be able to see where we can have synergies and enable us to deliver better products to farmers better. So primarily, as climate change is the biggest reality in our sector, and we feel the biggest impact of climate change. And with climate change, we need to improve our speed to market. The agroclimatic conditions are changing very quickly. What works for a farmer this year might not work for a farmer 2 years from now. And we as a private sector have the responsibility to invest in technology to be able to provide solutions to the farmer as quickly as the climate is changing. And while we are doing that, it would be wonderful if we all collaborate together and focus on bringing harmonization to regulation, as our chairman mentioned about one nation, one license, as well as harmonization in across departments in our government. And as we do that, we'll be able to reach farmer that much quicker, and we'll be able to save products coming to the market from irrelevance. Second, we all want to invest in R&D and invest in technology. And as Dr. K.C. Basnal sir mentioned today, government has supported us well by deregulating SDN1 and to gene-edited crops. As we want to invest, along with investment also comes the need for protection. And in that need for protection, our PPV FRA authorities has supported us in a lot of ways, through which there's been a significant gain in momentum of PVP registrations. While PVP registrations have improved and there's a confidence on the PPV FRA authority for getting your varieties registered, there is still a lack of bite in the enforcement of the law. And as the enforcement challenges persist, there is no deterrence is there in bad actors. And we need to work on collaborating and working together with enforcement authorities to see how we can give them exposure, how we can educate them and give guidelines on how we can work with them to enforce the law effectively. As we all had discussions in terms of many people, our enforcement authorities don't understand the letter of the law when it comes to PPV FRA Act. And only when these deterrences are there for bad actors, many people in the agriculture industry who use this as a business model will be disincentivized. I feel that is essential for more and more investment to come into R&D. Third, now we are talking about India as a seed export hub. We have a target of 10%, being at the 10% of the global seed trade. Definitely, being a seed export hub, India is a country which has high potential of becoming a seed export hub because of the diversity of agroclimatic conditions from which it can produce for different crops, different varieties for different conditions. But the way we will enable that, there is also an image problem of India. So in our business in Africa, in Tanzania, there's still open talk about seeds being available in our production centers of Rani Bennur. When there is an image like that percolating all the way to Africa about our own products, we lose the trust and credibility of our fellow stakeholders and therefore disincentivizing them from coming to us. And along with that, I think our Joint Secretary mentioned about ISTA labs. So we are also setting up our ISTA lab in our own company. And one thing which I saw and which also bothers me a little bit is ISTA is catered towards crops from European and Western origin. There are crops like okra and gourds which are Indian and South Asian origin, where ISTA doesn't have enough protocols or guidelines, which also can help, once that is said, it can help us export not just our seeds, but also our crops abroad. Lucky for us, the ISTA head and the ISF head are both Indian, so I think we should represent us in making that happen. So through all these ways, I think we have to still aspire to make India Viksit Bharat, and we have to still aspire to make an Indian farmer the most effective farmer in the world. And I'm sure by working together and having, by collaborating and having predictive, transparent and efficient regulation, I'm sure we will be taking our country to the Viksit Bharat goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think we are not left with much time. So I will have just a rapid fire closing 2 sentences from you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, apart from these things that we expect ourselves to do improve, and then some of these procedural challenges, there are some technical points which I would like to highlight quickly. Number one, you mentioned about the import of soybean, and so that requires undoubtedly enhanced facility for PEQ, post-entry quarantine. The government system doesn't have the enough facility, so we would like to have more and more controlled facilities, so how seed industry can come forward and then facilitate that. So that will ensure that more and more soybean germplasm will be in your hands. Perhaps it will not be far away when USDA may stop sharing soybean germplasm. So it's important that we do it quickly. Second point is about the pest risk analysis that the colleague mentioned there. One peculiar example, for example, Icarda, the CG center has moved from Syria to Lebanon. So the number of documents that are already approved on the pests that are allowed, that are not allowed, are all listed as Syria. So now we are getting it from Lebanon. So then we have, for every entity that has to come from Icarda, then we have to undergo pest risk analysis. So that is delaying. So your efficiency is coming down. The third one is, I mentioned about lot of import by seed industry. So the devil is in the details. So what exactly is, what kind of genetic material is imported by industry? A lot of it is your shuttle breeding kind of material, breeding material moving from one country to another country. So if you really think you want to increase the use of germplasm, it's better to import actual germplasm, where you can share among yourselves, because the importing is going to become that much more difficult. The last point is, because it is Navratri, so I'm going to give an example of hing. Perhaps, I'm not sure whether everybody is aware of this point, that India doesn't have, we don't grow our own hing. We export almost every bit of hing from countries like Afghanistan and Iran. So how do you get germplasm from these kind of countries? Afghanistan and Iran, where you don't have a settled political setup, you don't have a person or an entity giving you phytosanitary certificate, so it's almost impossible. So then private and public part should come together, that can you find out some entities there, private partners, to get material from there? How can we get that? So that becomes much more. So these new crops,
Okay.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Dr. Gyan Sambandham, any closing remark?
Sir, thank you, sir. As I quoted earlier, my remarks, concluding remarks is, just to make reality of private-public partnership, let us formulate a task force, set the priorities, set the timelines, execute it, and do the impact analysis. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very important. Very well done. Paresh, your closing rapid fire.
Okay. Well, a lot of the things that we have talked about really require a very conducive and favorable regulatory environment, because nothing can move unless we have the right regulations in place. And therefore, my, in my closing, what I would like is the focus to have the reforms in the regulatory landscape, which will strengthen the intellectual property regulations that we have, which will enable the development, approval, and adoption of new technologies, which will incentivize research in the private sector, which will make it easier for the researchers in the private sector to access germplasm not only from outside the country, but also from within the country, because we have a very, very rich collection of plant genetic resources in the country, and which will allow us to have internationally harmonized SPS measures.
Thank you. Abhishek, one sentence.
Sorry.
What will you say?
We'll continue the conversations of collaboration and execute it on ground.
Very good. Excellent. I like that. So I think on that note, we conclude. I would say that some very good points have come, but the common theme is collaboration. The common theme is working together between government and private sector. I think the task force approach is a very good approach. And you talked of partnerships, which is also a very good approach. I think now the onus is on the industry to come forward and get to these organizations and form those committees or task forces or discussion groups with a clear mandate in mind, that how do we come to an action plan and then implement the action plan. So I think it is also very important that, we have discussed these issues many times, but action is important, right? And action is the only thing which can change the situation. Otherwise, we are only talking and not taking an action. So on that note, I thank you all for your time and for exercising your brains to come up with all these suggestions, and so for making the effort to come here. Thank you very much. Thanks to all the audience. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to our moderator and panelists for their perspectives in strengthening regulatory frameworks. And now we have two important sessions which include presentations. So I would like to request our presenters to kindly grace their presence on the stage. First is the presentation by CIMMYT, Dr. B.M. Prasanna, Managing Director, Borlaug Institute of South Asia. Then we have a presentation by ICRISAT, Dr. Dinesh Kumar Chauhan, CEO and Head Agribusiness Innovation Platform. Then we have a presentation on carbon credits, learnings and opportunities for India. Dr. Shanti Jagadabi, Lead Scientist, Grow Indigo Private Limited, Mumbai. And we have socio-economic and environmental impacts of the seed sector and need for investing in inclusive and sustainable practices. Ms. UVL Ananda, Board Member of FSII and Head of Corporate Communications, East West Seed, India. Thank you. While other presenters join us on stage, I would like to take a moment for you all to let us know that you are all listening. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you. May I please take a moment to request Dr. Paresh Verma to kindly offer a small token of appreciation to Dr. B.M. Prasanna, please. Thank you, sir. May I please request Mr. Ram Kondinya to offer a small token of welcome to Dr. Shanti Jagadabi. Round of applause, please. Thank you so much, sir. So, starting with our first presentation, I would like to invite Dr. B.M. Prasanna, Managing Director, Borlaug Institute of South Asia, to represent CIMMYT to make his presentation on the potential for public-private partnership. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you open the presentation? Prasanna. Yeah.
Meanwhile, we have Ms. Ananda in the audience. I request to please join us on the stage, please.
Okay, thank you very much, especially to Dr. Ram Kaundinya sir for inviting me for this presentation. At 6:30, it's very difficult to absorb technical details. But that's the challenge I have in front of myself and in front of you to talk about public-private partnerships and what is CIMIT, that is the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center, and the Borlaug Institute of South Asia's perspective. This is how I would consider the PPP path to impact through breeding and seed systems. All the 6 areas are extremely important, right from breeding technology co-development to joint evaluation extensively, both on station and on farm, then going into the line or hybrid selection, especially, for example, through consortia approach, varietal licensing and release through both public and private sector partners, then move on to the seed scale-up and varietal deployment, and finally impact evaluation, which also needs to be often done in a collaborative manner. CIMIT, especially the Global Maize Program, which I led for almost 15 years based at Nairobi, Kenya, has an extensive experience of all these 6 steps with impactful partnerships with more than 300 seed companies across sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And that includes large, medium, as well as small seed companies operating across these continents. Let me give you a few examples of technology co-development. Tela maize is one of the major success stories, I would call, where GM maize has been developed in sub-Saharan Africa with the CIMIT genetic background, with infusion of BT maize trait from Bayer, and AATF, the African Agriculture Technology Foundation, serving as a catalyst for regulatory reforms, and national partners across Ethiopia, Kenya, Nigeria, and Mozambique participating very actively. And the Tela maize not only got successfully released in South Africa, which was there in first phase, but also recently released in Nigeria, 3 hybrids, 2 of them have genetics, and 1 of them has Bayer genetics in June 2024, and approved for commercial release in Ethiopia in February 2025. But Kenya still is having legal hurdles, although there has been biosafety clearance and environmental clearance. There are a series of legal suits filed by various organizations, the activists, which have stalled the commercial deployment of BT maize in Kenya. But the question for us is, are public-private partnerships for co-development and deployment of GM crops for specific farmer-preferred traits a possibility in India? So far, I don't see any such major project being executed in the country. Time to think about it, where you can successfully utilize CGIR germplasm as the genetic background and infuse traits of interest. Simple example, for the first time in the world, if there is any institution which has released fall armyworm tolerant hybrids, it is CIMIT. So native genetic resistant varieties with polygenic resistance to fall armyworm has been released in 6 countries in Africa, completely through CIMIT genetics. That's an excellent background for putting your BT maize trait because of insect resistance management. A monogenic or oligogenic trait in a polygenic resistant background is much, much difficult to overcome by any insect pest. Why don't we think about it? Why can't we formulate or forge a partnership on that? Gene editing, again, myriad possibilities. This is an example of a trait that we started in Africa, the MLN, the maize lethal necrosis, a viral disease, and very difficult to have conventional resistance. CIMIT is again the first institution to come up with native genetic resistance to this deadly viral disease. Then we probed into the genetics of MLN resistance, identified 2 major targets, one on chromosome 6, another on chromosome 3, then did gene editing for those 2 major genes in partnership with Corteva. So both these papers have been now published. Similarly, there are a number of traits that are there in maize where you can do a lot of alterations with regard to nutrient use efficiency, photosynthetic efficiency, grain yield, and so on and so forth through gene editing. Frankly speaking, my very good friend Shuan Shashi in Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences and director of the National Center for Genome Editing in China, they are far, far, far ahead. We just are celebrating 1 or 2 traits here. They are moving forward so rapidly that I would easily consider China to be almost 10 years ahead of India in genome editing in croplands. So again, time to think about genome editing. What can public-private partnerships do? How can we overcome intellectual property bottlenecks and evolve viable paths for commercialization of genome-edited crops in India? Technologies to accelerate breeding cycle. This is just one example. The CIMMYT's tropicalized haploid inducers. CIMMYT is the first one to come out with tropicalized haploid inducers with 10 to 13% haploid induction rate. And those are now deployed in almost 18 countries. 50 organizations have made use of, are now making use of this CIMMYT's haploid inducers. These are natural genetic stocks which can induce maternal haploids in maize. And not just developing those stocks, and believe me, Limagrain contributed 300K for us to come out with second generation haploid inducers. Again, a public-private partnership there. What did Limagrain get out of this? Although we still produced international public good, they got access to these second generation haploid inducers 2 years before any other partner could. So that's a model. So we don't have to fear that CGIR is going to generate only international public goods. Public-private sector cannot come in. You can come in. There is a time delay for access by everybody else, whereas Limagrain got it 2 years before. So CIMMYT's maize DH development service, after I became maize program director of CIMMYT in 2010, we established 3 major hubs, state-of-the-art facilities for DH development in maize. One in Agua Fria in Mexico, another in Kiboko in Kenya, and the third one is Kunigal in India. This is the only center that is now producing 45,000 DH lines in maize every year. And these DH lines serve not just CIMMYT, they also serve public sector. ICIR and partners get almost 10,000 DH lines every year, the ICRIP partners. Plus small and medium enterprise seed companies, they invest facilities and proliferate them unnecessarily. They can get it at a reasonable cost from CIMMYT's facility at Kunigal. But I still believe that there is a tremendous opportunity for us to work on predictive breeding. That means how to organically integrate pedigree data, genotypic data, phenotypic data, managerial data with regard to crops, environment data, all through artificial intelligence and machine learning models. And that's where we are terribly weak. We talk a lot about AI and ML, but tell me which institution here is actually using AI and ML in predictive breeding? Very, very few. So national partners are lagging far behind in the global south, and that's where we need to come up with, again, models on how to make predictive breeding capacity possible through systematic organization and use of data, which Dr. Deepak Pental talked about it, raised this very important issue during the MS Swaminathan centenary. Beyond the technology co-development, we can also share valuable breeding materials under development. So again, in 2010, I started off with a consortium called International Maize Improvement Consortium, starting off with Asia in India. And every year, from 2010 to 2024, on an average, there are 24 seed companies which are partners in this consortium and annually receiving totally around 894 unique maize lines from CIMMYT. So you are not just simply giving the final product, you are giving them the parental lines for them to use in the breeding programs to come up with their own products or to cross with their own proprietary materials and develop combination hybrids or joint hybrids. And this consortium presently is in phase 4 in 2025 with 18 seed companies from India, Malaysia, Myanmar, and partners in India. ICIR and all its partners in the AACRP system are honorary members. They don't pay any membership fee because they provide a lot of in-kind facilities to us. Plus 8 NASC partners from various countries, including Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Malaysia, Lao PDR, Myanmar, and Egypt. So consortia approach can work again, if you devise it properly. The same approach, it's also possible, somebody raised it very well in the morning, I think Paresh ji talked about why and how we need to invest more on self-pollinated crops. The wheat breeding and partnerships are again being done through BISA Ludhiana. A large number of public sector partners are benefiting out of CIMMYT germplasm flowing and evaluating through the BISA Ludhiana. It's a state-of-the-art breeding center. Anybody who has not visited BISA, I welcome you. 400 acres of facility in Ludhiana and another 400 acres in Jabalpur, another 250 acres in Pusa, Bihar. These 3 research stations are really top-notch in terms of introduction and evaluation of germplasm. And the next most important thing is innovative product licensing models. We cannot simply say that I will always go non-exclusive mode. National partners, when they ask for it, we invariably license it. But it's also possible that if national partner is not interested in my hybrid for a particular country or a continent, I can still go with the private sector partner and give them geographically limited licensing. That's what the model I introduced in 2010 with remarkable success. Actually, 209 private sector, besides 54 public sector partners, have licensed CIMMYT's hybrids globally. And 281 products, 270 hybrids, 11 open-pollinated varieties across 76 countries. Tell me one CGR institution which has such a global impact. 76 countries is where our products are presently being commercialized. Improved wheat varieties are also now going to the private sector partners. You can see Ankur Seeds, Nujividu, DCM Shriram, Mahiko, Nutrenta, Stargene, Shivaganga. All these companies are able to commercialize our varieties, wheat varieties. But this needs to expand much more than this. Out of the top 10 varieties cultivated for wheat in the country, 6 of them are from CIMMYT genetics. Out of the top 3 wheat varieties in the country, all 3 are with CIMMYT genetics. That's the impact of CIMMYT wheat germplasm in the country. So this is, again, an offer for private companies to show active interest and come even for a crop like wheat. Scaling climate-resilient maize hybrids, this is a tale of 2 continents. When I joined CIMMYT in Africa with my base in 2010, the total area under climate-resilient maize with CIMMYT genetics is hardly 0.5 million hectares. By 2024, it grew to 8.5 million hectares. In 14 years, from 0.5 million hectares to 8.5 million hectares. That's one of the, perhaps, a remarkable success of scaling climate-resilient crop varieties anywhere in the world. The reason is very simple: innovative licensing models and extensive partnerships with large, medium, and small seed companies. That's the kind of model we need to replicate in this country, in Asia as a whole. Where are we in Asia? Not more than 3,000 tons. This is nothing. This is just tip of the iceberg. It's not just important to release hundreds of climate-resilient varieties. We need to ask the question, how many of these varieties are actually reaching the farmers' fields? And that is not possible without collaboration with private sector. And it's simply not yield. If yield is only the criteria, your national average for maize should have been 8 to 10 tons per hectare, based on only Rabi maize. Or in spring maize, you are draining away a lot of water, 24 irrigations per crop season. 24 irrigations. Is this sustainable in Punjab? We need to introspect, reflect ourselves. The country needs higher yielding, climate resilient, nutritionally enriched varieties. But not all experiments succeed. We started a project called AAA with Syngenta, funded by Syngenta Foundation for Sustainable Agriculture, long time back. It's a public-private partnership project. Syngenta's successful commercial hybrid as a female parent and Simit's drought-tolerant and heat-tolerant lines as male parent. We introduced this as an affordable three-way hybrid for the rain-fed Kharif season in India. Syngenta Foundation folded up, along with Syngenta stopped showing any interest whatsoever in producing the female parent. So it's a big lesson learned for us that not all public-private partnership projects succeed. That's why a challenge in front of all of us is how to manage an agricultural innovation ecosystem. If you have not read this, read these two beautiful books, one by Michael Mangold, it's called Building Networks, where this guy talks about 7 mindset principles to thrive in a fast-changing world, how networks need to be built, what sacrifices need to be made, and how to be net positive is another beautiful book by Paul Polman and Andrea Winston, talking about how courageous companies thrive by giving more than they take, So private companies need to really think hard about this. It's not just enough to have a strong common sense of purpose. There has to be a willingness to acknowledge and actively align each other's core objectives. Best management practices, an independent, neutral, and empowered facilitator. That's how innovations will flourish. And that is why it is inherently difficult to manage and reconcile those differences between public and private sectors in terms of goals, incentives, processes, and ways of working. And wisdom lies when somebody comes, puts them together, gives them not just a sense of purpose, but common priorities. I was fascinated with this example of Foundation for Food and Agricultural Research, FFAR. It's a foundation in the US. So FFAR started this, what we call Crops of the Future Collaborative, investing $10 million upfront and matched by the private sector investment of another $20 million. Who are the partners? A range of partners. What are they going to do? Supporting the development of resilient crops that thrive despite pests, pathogens, and extreme weather, and increasing crop diversity and developing crops with higher nutritional content. Why can't the brains inside this beautiful hall think about formulating and implementing a Crops of the Future collaborative in India on identified priorities? Crops of the Future for India. Bring together the best of brains from both public and private sector and work together with common interest. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we move forward, I have a gentle request. After the two presentations, we have sponsor presentations, and we request you all to please be seated and support, as their support has been really important in making this event a success. So moving forward, we have a presentation on carbon credits, learnings and opportunities for India by Dr. Shanti Jagadabi, Lead Scientist, Grow Indigo Private Limited, Mumbai. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you still have the energy to absorb some more new aspects. I think you must have had a lot of information about seed industry since morning, and I'm going to come from a completely new direction and probably very, very different information from what you have received till now. So I was asked to present a little information about carbon credits, learnings and opportunities for India. As it's announced, I am Dr. Padma Shanti, and I work as a lead scientist at Grow Indigo. And Grow Indigo is actually a daughter company of Mahiko Grow. It's also a partnership between Indigo Ag, US, and Mahiko Grow, India. Sorry. Yeah. So we have a lot of partners and for working towards towards this company, and key partners are Punjab Agricultural University, IARA of course, and then IFTC, CIMIT, ICRISAT are our key partners in delivering the carbon projects from our company. So Mahiko Grow has been, it's a very old company, and it has already 26 million farmers across India, which is a huge farmer database for us to work with. So I will speak very little information, historical information about carbon credits and how they have started in the history. So much before, almost 4 decades ago, U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has actually started working towards reducing the pollution, and they were developing some schemes for reduction of pollution within the U.S. And those efforts, those little by little efforts have, culminated into the first market-based emission trading system in the year 1995. Which then became, in 1997, almost into Kyoto Protocol. Once the Kyoto Protocol came into picture, then a lot of other countries and continents have started the emission trading system and developing schemes for reduction of emissions and working towards the goal of reduction of emissions as a result of extreme industrialization. Much in the 2015, all these efforts came into, took the shape of Article 6.4, which actually is a replacement of Clean Development Mechanism, which was already developed in the year 1997. So an important information for understanding carbon markets is that there are 2 significant types of markets. One is the compliance market, then there is the voluntary market. Compliance market is actually, it's mostly for the industries. It's a mandatory participation. For example, companies, petroleum companies, plastic companies, of course also fertilizer companies with respect to agriculture. These are mandated to comply with the regulations that are already imposed on those companies, because they have to reduce the emissions, overall emissions that they produce from their companies. So this is called a compliance market, and this essentially works with the cap and trade system. Then there are also baseline and credit systems, which mean that every company will have a baseline emission production, and then there will be some cap and trade systems that they have to oblige to, and then reduce the overall emissions of their companies. Then the voluntary markets are, as the name says, it is voluntary. The voluntary markets are mostly, they operate outside of government control. They are mostly implemented by non-governmental organizations. As the name says, it's not mandatory, but it is mostly having its own framework. The non-governmental organizations have their own framework, and they have their own system of implementing emission reduction projects. Just a quick view of a global carbon market. So it's almost 2,000 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent carbon credits issued until now, and about 9,000 carbon projects have been implemented so far in the history. And agriculture accounts to only 1.4% of these carbon credits that are issued. If you see the overall sustainable agriculture projects, amongst that, rice emission reduction itself contributes to almost 200 million tons of carbon credits. This is huge. At the same time, it's also it's also encouraging that so much of carbon emission reduction is happening within the rice production. Then agriculture has also been increasing since 2019. I mean, agriculture carbon projects have also been increasing since 2019, along with the forestry and land use, because forestry and land use projects have been historical and have been very, very popular for reducing the greenhouse gas emissions that are produced in the forestry sector. Then compliance versus voluntary carbon markets within the agriculture. So as I said, fertilizer industry is the best case example for industry that has to oblige the compliance market, where there is a lot of trading of carbon credit certificates that these companies have to oblige to, and they are primarily, of course, for the industrial decarbonization. And then the voluntary carbon markets is essentially for the farmers who actually implement regenerative agriculture practices, contribute to emission reductions, and improvement of soil organic carbon in their agricultural fields. So what is the possibility, or what is the opportunity within India for carbon credits? So the net zone area in India is about 200,000 hectares, 200 million hectares. And if we roughly take about 2.5 carbon credits per hectare, it's almost about $7.54 billion, profit from these net zone area. Even if we attribute the lowest of carbon credit value of only $15. So there is this much of scope which is just lying there to capture. So for this, effective climate action requires targeted solutions within the agriculture. And if you see in India, there is a lot of potential and which it needs a lot of carbon projects to be implemented. As you can see, there is about 4,983 gigagrams of carbon dioxide emitted within India. And a major amount is coming from the rice, and then of course the enteric fermentation. Now, a very important thing here is that the agricultural carbon projects are very, very complex, mainly because these are very difficult to measure. It's very difficult to measure how much greenhouse gas emissions are coming from a rice field. It's not very usual. It's very expensive, and it takes a ton of gas samples to be collected from a rice field, and then put them in the laboratory and then analyze them. So they are not easy to measure. They are, of course, biological in nature. For example, if you have to measure soil organic carbon, from several fields, it takes a lot of effort, and it takes a lot of money. I mean, it's capital intensive, I mean. Then, of course, there are environmental factors which are continuously contributing and make this a very complex issue. Then, of course, there are multiple stakeholders that are involved because if an NGO is implementing a carbon project, and it's not always easy for them to function without any technical support from a private sector, because measurement is so difficult, because data management is so difficult, especially related to the emissions. And then there are also the adaptive management issues that come into picture, because especially in carbon projects, you require a lot of consultancy support if we have to get, or if we have to generate or facilitate the production of carbon credits. Then carbon credit projects in Indian agriculture. So there are multiple practices that are now promoted by multiple carbon project developers. There are about 65 agriculture carbon projects that are now registered. I'm not sure if you have heard of the registries like Vera and Gold Standard. These are the registries that actually give carbon credit certificates to companies. Then India is expected to have about 5 million carbon credits potential annually, which is of course equivalent to offsetting about 11 million miles driven. So while these projects are still awaiting to get issuance, including Grow Indigos, but then we hope for a brighter future. So coming to our own Grow Indigo's regenerative projects, or the carbon projects that we have. So we have about 300 employees currently working in the company, and almost 50% of them are on the ground, working across 13 states in India. And we have about 1 million hectares under management currently. This is our, Grow Indigo has the first carbon project in India. So far, we have about 150,000 farmers under our belt, as we cover 1 million hectares. We hope to reduce about 1 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalents. And currently, we have about 15 states covered with the potentially, coming projects, implementation of the projects. Then, carbon projects have a very, very complex framework. So there is a lot of data management that happens. There is a lot of quantification of the standards that happens, and the evaluation of these standards implementation. So for example, we have about 4 actively run projects that are ADI, which is the very first project, Grow Indigo's very first project in Punjab and Haryana. This started in the year 2021, and it is now being under review with the registry. It's almost in the final stages. We are expecting the issuance of carbon credits in the next 4-5 months. Then we have a project called as Ummeed. These are mostly internal names, but I'm anyway letting you know. Which is currently in implementation in the states of Maharashtra and Gujarat. In Maharashtra and Gujarat, we are working with cotton mainly, cotton and wheat, and cotton and multi-crop systems. Then there is a project in Uttar Pradesh, MP, Rajasthan, and Bihar, which is also in cotton and rice system. Then we have in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, we have rice dual cropping system, and we are also working there to reduce the emissions from rice systems. Yeah, so what happens in these carbon projects is that we are essentially promoting regenerative practices that can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, mainly methane and nitrous oxide. And there are regenerative practices which help in improving the soil organic carbon. In carbon reductions, we are mainly working or promoting DSR, then of course the crop residue management and nitrogen optimization. And for carbon removals, we are promoting reduced tillage. We are also promoting biochar and agroforestry projects in some of the states. Yeah, so in our very own project, in the very first project in Punjab and Haryana, we have about 1.4 million liters of water saved as part of this project. We have about 75% of the carbon sales that will go back to the farmers. Total enrolled area until now is about 1 million acres. What happens in the projects is that our field agents essentially use our carbon app, which is used for data collection from the farmers, right from their enrolled area, their practice, their crop management. We also collect the geotagged location from these farmers. We had in the very beginning of our company's development, we used to collect the data using a pen and paper and all the logbooks. But then we slowly developed a carbon app, which now is called as 2.0 Field Khata app, which is actually the soul of our carbon project, because that's what collects the farmer data, and which is then used for facilitating carbon credits for these farmers. We also use remote sensing to primarily validate what a farmer is doing in the field. For example, if a farmer says, I have been doing DSR since 2019, so in order to validate what the farmer is doing, we use the technology, we use remote sensing to validate that this farmer is actually doing DSR since 2019, because there is a water signature that can be identified using remote sensing. So we collect a lot of ground truth as part of this validation, and then identify each of the crops, whether or not they are present there, whether there is that particular regenerative practice happening in that particular field. As I said, then there is a crop identification. There is also a practice identification that happens as part of the data collection. Yeah, once we collect the regular soil crop management data from the farmers, all the data through the app comes to the desk, to our offices, and then we do the greenhouse gas emissions modeling in order to quantify how much emission reductions have happened. So what we do is we measure, monitor, and model. So measure is the one where we actually take soil samples from these fields and try to see how much soil organic carbon is there in these fields, in the farmers' fields, I mean. Then we monitor these farmers' fields for the next 20 years as part of our carbon project. We also monitor their crop management because we are promoting the regenerative practices. Then that crop management data is then used for development of the model and for the quantification of the emissions. So this is how we conduct soil sampling and also crop cutting as part of the quantification in the project. You can see in the map, this is a Punjab-Haryana combined map, and the green dots are the farmers' enrolled fields, and the blue dots are the soil samplings that Grow Indigo takes up in these project area. So as part of our carbon projects, we also have a large initiative that goes into actually measuring how much emissions are happening in these project areas. So we have in Punjab and Haryana, we have about 3 locations where we have the field trials happening, and we collect the gas samples from these fields and subject them to gas analysis to know how much of methane is emitting from the rice field and how much of nitrous oxide is emitting from rice field mainly under the transplanted rice practice against the DSR practice. We also measure, of course, the soil organic carbon in these, so that we want to know how much carbon improvement has happened as a result of DSR or zero tillage. So these are the ongoing field trials by Grow Indigo, which is one is in Punjab and Haryana, then we have in Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh and UP, then we have in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. We are also going to have in Maharashtra and Gujarat. As part of these carbon projects, we also have a lot of farmer empowerment programs, farmer training programs, and we have a digital program on the YouTube, which is called as Carbon Kaksha, where we try to give most useful information through the YouTube and through the digital media. So these are, some of the programs that we conduct through our company and engage the farmers in for technology exchange or for the knowledge exchange, and also to train them in the most advanced practices. Just before I end my talk, so there are 5 main challenges that we see in the carbon credit markets. That is, the very first one is that there are too many carbon credits available. That means there are a lot of projects that are happening, but there is also a lot of risk of double counting, which is currently a very serious concern, because most of these projects do not have reliable MRV systems. MRVs means monitoring, reporting, and verification systems, which makes it very difficult because these are not transparent. These projects are not transparent. The data collection is not traceable, and their reporting system is very, very basic. This makes it very difficult for the registries to offer the credits that deliver the credits that they are supposed to be getting. Then there is also a huge, I would say, exploitation of these projects, because they are just implemented but are not. But there's a lack of integrity in reporting the emission reductions. But then these challenges can be addressed mainly by developing digital MRV systems, digital monitoring, reporting, and verification systems, building blockchain technologies, because that makes them more transparent and traceable. Then all credits should be partially cancelled to go beyond zero-sum offsetting. This means that I think most of you know that many companies just say that, okay, we have produced only 10 million tons of emissions, and we just go and buy 10 million tons of emissions from other African country or somewhere. So whatever they are emitting, they are just offsetting by just going and buying some others' carbon credits. And they are continuously emitting. They are not really caring that they should also be reducing the emissions from their own companies. So there has to be an international agreement that it should just not happen that these companies can continuously produce the emissions and then go and get the credits from other countries or other projects.
Hi, ma'am.
There should be a cap on those systems. Yeah. Cap on those projects and then reduce the emissions. Yeah, just in time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. May I now invite Ms. UVL Ananda, Board Member of FSII and Head of Corporate Communication, East West Seeds India, to speak on socio-economic and environmental impacts of the seed sector and the need for investing in inclusive and sustainable practices. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Ananda here, and I'm glad to be the last one standing to make the presentation. So we have heard a lot of illustrious speakers speak about the potential of the Indian seed sector today. And I'll start by saying that Indian seed sector is at an inflection point. It's ranked 5th, and we talked about, how it is worth $3.6 billion and set to increase to $6 billion by 2030. And what we have been able to garner today from all the discussions is that we have the science, we have the skills, we have the scale and farmer networks. All we need to do is, set a mandate to transform our seed sector into the global seed hub of the global south. And it can be done not just for promoting seed trade, it's also for generating trust in the Indian seed sector and also to promote partnerships. So that said, if you look at this is what I wanted to say about the seed sector that offers the transformative benefits by providing improved seed varieties and fostering the agricultural growth. So going to the socio-economic impact of the seed sector, so seed sector is also an economic growth engine and also a social enabler. Today we have spoken about how technologies are transforming the sector by improving yields, by improving the economic resilience of the farmers, by reducing the risk of crop failures. We have heard so many innovative technologies which have transformed in the last 1 or 2 decades. So needless to say, we have been a generator of income, we have been generator of employment, we've been generator of inclusivity, and also we have been a social enabler in many ways. So we have played a role in the entire value chain. So if you look at the environmental impacts, we have also talked about the climate resilient seeds. We have talked about, how new technologies such as the drip irrigation and reduced chemical usage has helped to conserve water and soil health and genetic conservation. But we have so many challenges still. We have heat waves, we have erratic rains and biodiversity loss, we have regulatory gaps which stand as risks and challenges in our path. So why do we need inclusive and sustainable practices at this point of time? The reason is that we are increasingly facing many challenges. We have to address the climate change that is on us, and the food security and the farmer well-being, and we are facing challenges like diminishing resources and climate variability and growing population. So it's very important for us to look at these aspects. And if you look at the regulatory imperative, we have talked about why it is very critical to sustainability, because it will ensure quality and fairness and resilience in the seed system. So if we talk about phytosanitary alignment, it helps the farmers. We talked about building the resilience in the farmer. And fast germplasm imports will help us to keep breeding pipelines competitive and deliver climate resilience crop faster. And similarly, we've talked a lot about stronger IP protection, which rewards innovation and which will make us the partner of choice for multiplication for tropical and subtropical crops across the globe. Traceability systems, we have talked about this to ensure ethical practices and harmonized testing which avoids duplication. So it's not just reforms which are required for open markets, but they make it more inclusive, ethical, and environmentally sound. So you see there is a connection, which is really the essence of sustainability. So I would like to talk about one aspect of the impact, how it is so important to bring in women farmers into the fore, into our efforts to enhance inclusivity. Abhishek talked about one important point today is about the image of the seed industry. How do we drive ecosystem trust? how do we have the partners, how do we become the partners of choice across the globe, and that is through this. So at FSII, we have done this experiment. We are empowering women farmers. We have direct contracts with them, and year on year, we have increased it to 27%. It's still on the rise. And we have seen that it has improved the trust of the farmers. It has also improved the yield. And this is how we will improve the ecosystem trust. Similarly, we have a young farmer program, and which is onboarding many young farmers as well, and giving them the skills to become farmers of the future. We have talked about also bringing youth into this. And it's also important to bring in the marginalized communities as well into this as well, into the fore. Now, another impact I would like to talk about is how do we focus on responsible production. I always talk about this. The social compliances are also very important. Through ECHO, which is the enabling seed and human rights with seed organizations industry platform, which is a multi-stakeholder platform. We are working together with Global, which is an NGO, and we are all the founding members from Bayer, Syngenta, East West Seed, Seedworks, BASA. We are all working together to eliminate and increase awareness about no child labor in the supply chains, in our seed supply chains, and also work on decent work standards. So through ECHO, we are organizing many high-level multi-stakeholder consultations. We are bringing out white papers. We have already published one on child labor in the seed supply chain. We're also publishing knowledge papers on minimum wages, and we have even organized a pilot in minimum wages in cotton seed production. Like, for instance, I just would like to just take you through a few points which have emerged from this, that the team at ECHO has come out with, that, you can see that women workers form the majority in detasseling, but face barriers to full day engagement. Similarly, there are so many cultural norms, and we also have worker safety, which is so critical. And so it's very important for us in the future to look at stronger wage tracking, community awareness, cross-learning, collaboration, and also take into account the local labor authorities as well, to work with them. So this is the study which was focused, and it brought about so many lessons to us. So this is the first step in understanding this. So if we want to be export ready, if we want to increase the trust in our sector, these are the things which are very essential. So talking about empowering women farmers, we should increase and ensure their access to quality seeds, training and markets, and we should understand the limitations, the cultural limitations, because when we work with women farmers, it is practically impossible to even bring them down to the training. We have done, I myself have done a training or center of excellence in Telangana where we train 100 women farmers, and just to get them to the training itself is a very big challenge. So we have to overcome these and then bring them into the fore and recognize their contribution. We have to include marginalized as well, extend seed access training and livelihood opportunities to tribal farmers, landless laborers, and smallholders who often get left behind. Of course, we have to invest in climate resilient seeds. All of us have talked about this, talk about resource efficiency, safeguard biodiversity, strengthen farmer capacity, and ensure fair standards, and adopt digital and traceability tools and work through partnerships. Today we talked about collaboration, which is, I think, the key, where we can establish platforms where we can work together with critical timelines, with clear objectives to achieve very good milestones. So this is what I would like to leave us with, that to be export ready, not that we not only we expect the government to do everything, but we as industry should be responsible. We should halfway, and then also create this atmosphere. If you want to go to the mature markets, to go to the we have to establish ourselves as a credible partner of choice. And so these are the aspects which we should focus as industry. These are also the things that we should keep our priorities on. And I'd like to also thank this opportunity given to me to present these aspects to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, firstly, I would like to thank our presenters for gracing their presence on the dais, please. Thank you. Moving forward, we have the first presentation from our gold sponsor, which is Star Agri Seeds Private Limited, Dr. Gyanendra Singh. He's a Director of Research and Development. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and very good evening to all of you. Probably I'm the last speaker for this meeting, but nonetheless, I'm very pleased to be with this group. Congratulations to the FSSI for having wonderful meeting. And I make this presentation on behalf of the Chief Operating Officer of the Star Agri Seed. Since he had to go for some other assignments which were urgent, so I had to make the presentation. Although the business part is looked after by him, I am looking only the component, but in last 1 year, which I have spent with the Star Agri Seed, I could learn few things that I can share with you. I will give you a brief. It will take? 5 to 6 minutes, please. Yeah, I just need 3 minutes. So I'll just move to the Star Agri Seeds. We are about 10 years old seed company placed in Ganganagar headquarter, and then we have 4 R&D stations in the country, including the recent one that we opened in Medchal, Hyderabad, and also in Karnal, Haryana. This is DSIR approved R&D, in-house R&D organization, and we are looking into the partners. After my joining as Director R&D, I am making sure that we get access to the best technology which is available in the country, and not only in the country, if it is outside, even CG institutions, be ICRISAT, ICARDA, CIMIT, or BISA. And we have aggressively signed the memorandum of understanding between these companies to have the access to best technology around. Besides, we also have access to the technologies that are available with our national partners, the national institutions under the umbrella of ICR, and we have signed the agreements with the different organizations. This is the portfolio for the Star Agri Seeds, wherein we are dealing with the cereals, pulses, oil seeds, and fodder crops, and we are operational in about 10 states. We have NABL accredited lab, and also looking at the strength that we can upscale and outscale, both in terms of research and also in terms of the development. We all have been talking about the making business easier, faster, and smarter. I have nothing new to share, but let me say that things can become easier, smarter, and faster only when we have the federations or structured body to take care of our interest. And let me say that the FSSI and its member companies are the beneficiary of it, but there are many who are not beneficiary but taking benefits of it. So I would just say that the seed industry is the linkage between the technology developer and technology user. So this is a link that has to be very strong. Strong in sense of ethical methods, strong in terms of transparency, strong in terms of technology, promotion, and acceleration to the farmers. 2 things that I want to say here on behalf of the seed company, Star Agri Seed, that every one of us has, when I say everyone, including everybody, have to contribute to the federation. It's not that federation has got some other structures to take care of our interests. So we ultimately need to support the federation, and federation in terms can in turn culminate things which can make our business simpler, faster, transparent, and easier for every one of. Thank you very much for the time, and I would be more than happy to have the other questions after tea. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now we have a presentation by our silver sponsor, Paryan Alliance Private Limited, by Mr. Manoj Singh. He's a product and marketing lead. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, distinguished industry guests, and thanks for FSI to providing this opportunity to present here. I will take 5 minutes because this is the last presentation of this today. Quickly, so Paryan is a new name in industry, but Paryan is the joint venture between Rice Tech USA, is the legendary hybrid rice company globally, and Mexico is one of the oldest seed company in India. And why these two companies came together? For a synergy and for a technology, you can say technology promotion, trade licensing, and trade product licensing, agronomy stewardship. These are two technologies. These are legendary technologies which is going to change the agriculture phase in coming years. The technology which already launched, full page, the rice crops, these are the two technologies in hybrid rice, and these both the technologies are herbicide tolerant technology. For Mexico part, this is a free technology we are going to launch, hopefully, if we get all the regulatory approvals this year in the wheat. These are herbicide tolerant technologies, and this Paryan, the objective to get this Paryan joint venture to provide all the support to out-licensing companies, out-licensing of trades, and this agronomy and stewardship support and training. So rice, many people talk about rice today. Rice is one of the biggest crop in India, but the rice is facing a lot of challenges, especially transplanting rice is facing challenges. For labor part, labor is cost increasing every day, and the availability of the labor. The weed and wild rice issues in rice, and the water. So it's the highest water consumed crop of rice. All these challenges, among all those challenges, we need to continue the rice, because rice is the staple food of the almost 80% population of India. So what is the solution? So full page. So full page is not only the herbicide tolerance technology, it is a package to the farmer, providing the solution to all the related issues and challenges we discussed in the previous slides, especially the challenges the farmer facing in transplanting rice, farmer facing in existing DSR method, and this is a herbicide tolerant rice developed by the traditional mutation breeding. It's non-GMO technology, and it's the component or 4 things. We have a herbicide tolerance that provide the effective weed control and wild rice control. This is the only technologies provide the control of the wild rice, in fact, in the rice. Square treatment is provide all the better germination in initial stage. This is the biggest problem for the DSR technology. The farmers were not adopting DSR because of the germination and weed issues. And this smart rice genetics is specially designed for the DSR by Rice Tech in US, and the single herbicide is sufficient for control of the majority of the rice weeds along with the wild rice. So this is a non-GMO technology introduced in US 2019. We started the trials in 19 onwards, and now this technology captured the major market in US, and in India it's launched commercially in 2024. So this data is based on the more than 500 commercial farmers over the past 2-3 years. We have started our demonstration 5 years back, and we driven this data 500 farmers. So that is farmers getting around 12,000 to 25,000 the better ROI as compared to ROI this transplanted rice and DSR rice, and is a 13% better yield. The better ROI is getting because of large portion is the labor, because in transplanted rice, the transplanting cost is very high, purling cost, nursery management cost. So these are the component we are getting the consuming labor. So if compare with the transplanted rice, it's just getting around 26% less labor in full page DSR. Where as compared to normal DSR, the traditional DSR is getting less labor because the weed management cost is decreased. So this technology is getting better ROI, it's 284% ROI, and they are the component for this technology. This is the only technology is getting the three benefit: profitability by reducing the cost in terms of labor, in terms of purling cost, in terms of transplanting cost, weed management cost, and wild rice management cost. Convenience, because better mechanization and farmers getting ease of mind, peace of mind, and sustainability. What is sustainability? Because it's getting 30 to 40% less water in these technologies. If we calculate in the acres, it is around 25 lakh liter to 30 lakh liter per acre per year. And 30% less greenhouse gas emission. So it's a huge benefit for the environment sustainability. Intangible benefits is to the farmer to do the agriculture mechanized, where the farmer right now is taking around 7 to 8 hours for transplanting of 1 acre of rice. Now for this technology, for the mechanized, it is taking only 50 to 60 minutes for 1 acre sowing. Dependency on labor reduce, and groundwater recharge. So this is another big benefit, because this puddling operation reducing the water depletion, and that's through the DSR method, it is better water recharging. So these are the actual pictures over 2 years, and you can see the better weed management. This is the leptocloa in one picture. You can see there the huge leptocloa in the lateral stage, where in the full page plots you can see the very clean picture. This is a picture captured by drone in western UP, Rudrapur, the actual field, the commercial field actually. And the farmer getting very good control of weeds, all major weeds, as well as wild rice, especially in central India, where the farmer already doing this DSR, traditional DSR, broadcasting DSR, Lychopi, and they say that Khurra. So they are getting better control of the wild rice. So we started the trials 5 years back, extended commercial trials almost 3 years, more than 500 farmers in the 5 states, and we reached out, and the CIB-CRC approved this technology last 2024 in month of May. We got approval very late, although we sold out very good quantity first year of the launch, 17,000 acres in 5 states, and we got excellent response from the farmer side across all the 5 states, Punjab, Haryana, West UP, Chhattisgarh, and MP. This year, due to the Punjabis, so we didn't sold any packet, but in these 4 states, we got a very good response. Especially in MP and Chhattisgarh, farmers got a very good response because of the wild rice control of this technology. And we almost 5 times growth of this technology in this year, and we are expecting more in coming years. So you looked at, there's one video I will run, only 1 minute, to get a real experience from the farmer side. Volume.
So we'll play the video from there.
Or you can read the subtitles also.
मुझे पता लगा कि एक समाना धान की विशेषता मुझे पता लगी कि भाई वो एक करगा मुक्त या लांबा मुक्त धान है, तो मैंने भी कंपनी पर भरोसा किया और वो बीज अपने खेतों में लगाया। DSR की खेती में 3 सालों से कर रहा हूँ। ये लांबा निरोधक धान इसी वर्ष आया हमारे यहाँ, तो मैंने 9 एकड़ में इसका लगाया।
मैं करगा मुक्त फुल पेज धान 4 एकड़ में बोया हूँ।
बाबा 127 जो फुल पेज धान है, इसमें बीज का फूलन कंट्रोल होता है, बढ़िया बीज से
इस धान में
Okay. Full page, what is next other than full page? Because stewardship and long-term this resistance is important for this technology because the herbicide tolerance, and we are using herbicide for that. We are coming, the future technology ready with us. This technology maxes already on a different mode of action. I saw launch in US. And so the seed rate is fixed 7 kg. The stewardship, Raghavan gave me the time, so that I'll be quick. So that's very critical for how to use the herbicide, and there are 2 spray we are recommending at 10 days after sowing and 15 days after sowing. That's very critical to long-term stability of this particular technology in India. And all those stewardship awareness we are creating among the farmers. So this is the new technologies. We are coming on the same mode of action, herbicide tolerant wheat on IMI, against IMI. The full page also herbicide tolerance against immediate hyper, and this is the same mode of action for wheat. So rice and wheat put together is 180 million acres in India. You can understand the huge acres and these 2 crops. And both the crops have the challenges regarding weeds and practices. So free is another the non-GM technologies from Mahiko part, and the good news is that from CIBRC we got approval last month, and hopefully from the October the regulatory Deshpande Sahib is working very hard on that, and hopefully we'll get approval on that, and we are going to launch this technology this year on wheat. So you can understand these 2 major crops in India will cover for the herbicide tolerance, non-GMO technologies. So this technology has the similar benefits. It's very category. 3 years internal trial shows that very good control over all type of weeds, Phalaris minor and all types of weeds, especially Central India and North India. So we are doing trials. Mahiko team is doing trials for last 3 years and got very good benefit of this. The biggest benefit of this technology, no phyto. Because in case of wheat, there is yield losses due to the phyto toxicity, almost 8 to 10% we observe. And this technology is very fit for zero till because the effective weed control through that. And this data is based on our internal trials. It is getting 8 to 10% yield advantage over the use of other herbicide in use. And it's giving the better yield, better ROI, and effective weed control. So these are some pictures here, and thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we conclude today, under potential for public-private partnerships, we have Dr. Dinesh Kumar Chauhan, who will be delivering a presentation by ICRISAT. He is the CEO and Head Agribusiness Innovation Platform. This is the last presentation for today. Over to you, sir.
Closer to the dinner, doctor. Yeah, just about 5-6 minutes, please.
A very good evening to all of you. Yeah. And thank you for accommodating me for this presentation. I was busy in actually there was one more session somewhere else and it got delayed by some other reasons, right? So anyways, I will not take much of the time. Yeah, so I am Dr. Dinesh Chauhan, I represent ICRISAT, and I'm here to showcase like what are the technologies which are currently having and what we are looking forward for engagement with private sector. So as you all know that the vision of ICRISAT is to have a prosperous, food secure and resilient dryland tropics.
Our mission is to reduce poverty, hunger, malnutrition, environmental degradation in the dryland tropics. So typically, ICRISAT consists of 3 important research programs like accelerated crop improvement, resilient farm and food systems, and enabling systems transformation. So these are the 3 major science programs under which ICRISAT functions. ACI is basically a program which works around genetically enhances the crops to maximize their multifunctional benefits in complex and fragile regions and work to make new varieties and hybrids available for farmers. Just a quick snapshot, like we have at ICRISAT more than 132,000 accessions, and which have been accumulated over a period of time from almost around 144 countries from across the world. This is Gene Bank is very much here in India, based out of Hyderabad. So these are some of the regions from where we released almost more than 1,300 varieties, and we benefited almost more than 144 countries across the world. And so this is about the 11 major crops are covered under this. Sorry, 81 countries have been impacted by this. So I would just like to quickly throw some light on the current available facilities which we are engaging with private sector. So we are currently doing a lot of joint research and co-development programs along with seed industry. A lot of you might be aware and part of that HPRC program. I also have use of R&D facilities based out of ICRISAT for which you can utilize around trials and testings. We have a well-equipped soil testing lab within ICRISAT. We have a fully upgraded genomics facility, and then there is a platform for translational research on transgenic crops. We also currently do a lot of sponsored research and technical consultancy and advisory services. We also work around capacity building and training collaboration, licensing of intellectual property and research output. We also do a lot of work around incubation support for startup and early stage enterprises under agribusiness and innovation platform, which actually I lead. We also do have a lot of paid use facility for institutional infrastructure available within ICRISAT. So these were the current, like just a snapshot, like what are the facilities. We have a very well-equipped soil testing laboratory within ICRISAT, where we do a lot of analysis around soil, water, and plant. We also have genomic services available, which all of you can avail. A lot of you might be already using it, and you can also avail these kind of services from ICRISAT. This is a typical how we are doing the soil. We have a well-structured digital soil health assessment, which we do, and most of the soil assessment is done by mapping the geo-referencing the soil samples from where they are taken. So what we would like to engage with agribusiness companies are, we are looking for co-business incubation model, we are looking for co-create business models, inclusive market-led value chain development, product co-development and validation. We can also undergo joint pilot projects with farmers or FPOs. We can also have a lot of CSR-aligned collaborations. So what activities we can carry with private sector is like joint research and co-development, sponsored research, technical consultancy and advisory services, licensing of intellectual property and research output, use of R&D laboratories and testing and trials, capacity building and training, another area where we can collaborate. We can also collaborate for joint events and scientific exchanges, incubation support, as I already mentioned, then paid use of infrastructure, and joint fundraising activities for various projects. As you all know, we not only operate in India, but we also operate across geographies. Like Africa, we are present in more than 12 countries. We have our regional offices and facilities over there as well, both in terms of office space as well as we have a lot of land bank available over there as well. These are some of the activities which we cannot carry out under the ICRISAT mandate, like we cannot offer long-term land use or for or subletting or transfer of allocated space, use of ICRISAT privileges and immunities. So these are some of the things which are beyond the boundaries of collaboration. So these are some of the typical areas of engagement which we have identified. Like we can do a lot of work around seed systems and genetics, agri-biotech, digital agriculture, climate smart mechanization, value addition and food processing, carbon markets, water and natural resource management, agribusiness and entrepreneurship, supply chain, nutrition and public health. We do a lot of research around nutrition as well, crop protection, marketing and research. So there may be a lot of training needs. So these are some of the areas where we see that there is an immense possibility to have collaboration and partnership with private sector industry. We are really working hard to come out with a concrete plan how to engage, and very soon we will be coming with a offer book also, which we will be subsequently sharing with all of you. I'm thankful to FSII to giving us an opportunity to engage with all of you from this platform. So quickly, if you see what we can offer, if I talk about all these engagement areas, where we see you can even add further, like if, for example, in seed systems, we can work with improved hybrids, biofortified varieties, regional seed hubs can be created. In case of agri-biotech and genomics, CRISPR, gene editing, speed breeding. So we have a speed breeding technology where we can come up with various varieties in a much shorter duration of time. We have well-equipped digital agriculture and AI platform with us, and where we can do a lot of work around crop modeling, soil pest forecasting, etc. Then climate smart mechanization. So we also have a lot of technologies around mechanization for regenerative agriculture and all. Also value addition and agro processing. We also work around identifying right kind of crops which can have actually the desired kind of nutrient profile within them. So the end objective is to develop the varieties which are carrying the nutrient which is actually usable for bringing in the nutrient sustainability and probably nutritional security of the population of the whole world. So we have to work around that, so that it is not currently the challenge is not only for the increasing the productivity, but the challenge is also how to see that the productivity which has been increased is actually serving the purpose of bringing the nutritional security also of the population. We do work around carbon markets and sustainability. We do a lot of intervention around water, agribusiness and entrepreneurship. We work very closely with a lot of startups and creating entrepreneurship. Supply chain. So these are some of the areas where we see, for example, in case of crop protection, like insect fungal cultures, we are also entitled for doing the bioefficacy trials. So if any of the industry players do want to work with us for bioefficacy trials, they can work with us. Seeding, screening, for something to highlight. Maybe we can definitely engage further for what are the areas where we can work together. I would like to invite you all to share your ideas on like what are the new areas of collaboration where the association or the industry feels that they can work along with ICRISAT, right? So you can please reach out to me and I will be more than happy to connect with the relevant stakeholders within ICRISAT, not only for India, but we can also work around to take your product and technologies to other parts of the world as well. So this was in brief. I wanted to convey this message across industry that these are some of the areas where we are planning to work together. I would like to thank Dr. Ajay Rana and FSII to giving me the opportunity to convey my message from ICRISAT to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the key takeaways and vote of thanks. And to formally conclude today's proceedings, I invite Mr. Rajbir Rathi, Vice Chairman, FSII, and Director, Agricultural Affairs and Policy, IBSL at Bayer Crop Science Limited, to kindly share the key takeaways and deliver the vote of thanks.
Okay. Very good evening, and I'm not going to take much time. It was really very engaging day, and we had really very meaningful conversations. And if I can summarize, it's difficult to summarize in a short period of time, into 3 to 4 key buckets. One is there is a collective realization, if I can say, both from the public sector and private sector, where you have seen the 3 key government departments were represented over here. One, very important from the IP perspective, PPV FRA chairman was with us. Then ICR, which is a research wing. And of course, the last but not least is the Department of Agriculture and Cooperation, which governs or which work around that how industry should govern from the policy and the regulatory perspective over there. And the other key output is that if you've seen it, that there is very openness in terms of convergence of thought process that collectively what can be done. And if I look at, the overall summary, especially from the speakers, which is, there is 4 areas. So one is, of course, how we can bring in the recognition of the R&D based companies over there. Example is Beej Ratna, which is under discussion over there. The second important thing is that how we can bring the holistic policy and the regulatory environments, be it the commercial terms, be it research, be it access and benefit sharing, innovation, bringing the new technologies. Third is the most important is the incentive to the R&D activities which is there. And fourth is, it's really which stuck to me is, and you have seen that Joint Secretary Seed was openly saying that, okay, you are coming with your own demands and ask and request and challenges. We also do have an expectation. So what it really means is that we have to work together so that there is a win-win situation on both the sides. So these are the key takeaways. So there are, I had put up 3-4 pages, so which will be summarized together. What Dr. Mahapatra was saying is, and then picking up 3-4 key points, and just to work in a mission mode that what can be done over there, and it will be shared with the larger membership which is there. I would like to thank Dr. Mahapatra, Mr. Sahu, Dr. D.K. Yadav, the other dignitaries, the panelists, the moderators, and the other people who has contributed to today's deliberations. I would also like to thank all the members of FSII which were there till today with us in terms of making this deliberations and AGM really better. I would also like to thank the board members of FSI, the media present over here. Special thanks, and I would like everyone to give a big round of applause to our FSI Secretariat team, which has really done a lot of good thing over there. I would also like to thank sponsors, which you have seen they have just presented over there, so big thank you to them. Last but not the least, NSC Complex, which has provided this facility, and I think it's also unseen or kind of I won't say unrecognized kind of a thing, but it's also kind of a public-private partnership. We are sitting in their facility and talking about it. So that's also really a good thing. Before I close, let me admit an apology I want to tender over here is that we are this time very bad on the time management. We take this as a learning, and we'll see that next time events happen, we conclude on time. So once again, thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. We officially conclude the conference deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to join us for cocktail and dinner beginning shortly. Thank you once again for gracing your presence and participation. We look forward to meeting